Hey, welcome back to the number one podcast in the world, the Cellarcast, episode 203. I just watched the new Matthew Matosis video. Well, it's new at the time of this came out. It's called Aesthetic Deception, and I think that it's a really interesting. It exposes a really interesting. What do I want to call it? I don't want to be pretentious. The response to it has been interesting. I was reading through the comments, I was reading through other people's discussion of the video, and I noticed two things. So, I'll briefly describe what the video is about. Matthew's been working in game design for a little bit, and he is basically writing about a kind of phenomenon or facet of video games as a medium that he just kind of wants to talk about. In this case, he is dubbed the term aesthetic deception, probably because there isn't really a better, more specific term for it. Essentially, I would describe it from watching the video as being kind of like this, the way in which a game forces you to sort of suspend your disbelief for the purposes of something to some end. The example he introduces it with is a moment in, I think, Uncharted 2, where Nathan Drake is shimmying along what would you call it? Basically a ledge, and it's presented as being very precarious. However, there's no actual way for you to fall off. It's not necessarily an inconsistency, because the story is about Nathan Drake. Part of the story is him shimmying across this dangerous ledge and getting across without falling. And the game itself says, yep, Nathan Drake does not fall here. However, it's presented in the moment as having some kind of danger. It's supposed to make you go, whoa. And when you realize that, you get kind of like, okay. You're like, okay. A certain part of maybe it's effective in the moment if you allow your disbelief to be suspended, but there's a trade-off there, and that's essentially what the video is going over. I don't know if this would fit the exact definition, but it reminds me of this anecdote I remember from someone talking about playing Gears of War for the first time and realizing that every time they walked into a room that conspicuously had a bunch of waist-high walls, they just kind of got primed for combat. They sort of got put on edge a little bit because they were expecting enemies to crash through at some point, just because of the way that the game communicates information to you. You're kind of seeing through at a certain point you're seeing through the deception. These aren't just walls here that are just there to be, because that's how the world is. They're there for gameplay purposes, and you're kind of interfacing with the game you're bypassing this aesthetic layer. And the whole video is just going through stuff like this, and the effects that can have on a game's what do you call it? I almost said atmosphere. That's also not quite the same word. The effect that it can have on a game, on the player's experience of a game, and also their experience across games. I noticed that there were two responses that really intrigued me. One was that people got really hung up on his description of coyote time, which is basically where in certain platformers you will step off of a platform and there will be a little moment, a brief moment, where you can still jump. And it's basically a little bit of wiggle room for the player to still make a jump and not have to pay very close attention to the pixels of at what point exactly does the character fall off the ledge. Does their collision fall off the ledge, basically? I remember the developers of Doom Eternal talking about this, because that game is much more platforming heavy, and they basically were like, okay, they realized that doing first-person platforming without implementing some kind of coyote time is really a real pain in the ass, especially if it's really fast-paced and you're doing it during combat sections, like in Eternal. People got really hung up on his description of that, and talking about basically, because he goes into like explaining what it is and then saying that if a player understands coyote time, it can and often will affect the way in which they approach all games in the genre of platforming, to at least like figure them out. And like later on he uses he makes another comparison, which is hitboxes and hurtboxes in a fighting game. And he's like, that's an even more blatant example I think of, maybe just because I'm more familiar with it. But like, yeah, the hitbox on Jetta's spinning scythe projectile does not necessarily match the sprite. It's actually much smaller than it appears. You run into this in like bullet hells as well. The hitbox is much smaller. There's gameplay things going on under the surface that do not match what the visuals look like. There is some kind of deception happening between the presentation and the mechanics, the actual underlying mechanics, in the same way that you might be having a delusion that something is in front of you, but if you reach out, you can't touch it. And that if you're a fighting game player who is aware of these things, you're going to go into training mode, and even if you don't have a hitbox display available in the game settings, you are just going to figure it out yourself by eyeballing it. Like, and yeah, that's exactly something that I do. Like, you just go in and you figure out, okay, what's the hurt box on this move? Like, is it really disjointed or not? And, sometimes you don't even have to go to, like, a wiki to figure this out. You can just kind of eyeball it if you're familiar enough with the genre. People got really hung up on this. And it ties into the second thing that I noticed with the response to this video, which was people interpreting it as a persuasive essay. And I think that this is a really interesting symptom of the way that a lot of, I guess, the content that is most, how do I put this? The essay content, the video essay content that exists, like that is most common on YouTube, which is persuasive essays. I learned this back in school. There are different kinds of essays. A persuasive essay is obviously trying to... Jesus Christ. I don't know if the door slamming picked up. Must have been the wind. Trying to convince you of a point. Formulate an argument and convince you of a point that the writer is making. What aesthetic deception is not a persuasive essay. It's an informative or you could say, I guess, an explanatory essay. This might be a more academic term for it. But it made perfect sense to me what he was doing, because I hate to get pretentious on you guys, but I've read a little bit of like actually academically rigorous text. So like right here in front of me, I have Anti-Oedipus by Guy Deleuze and Felix Guattari. Which is, I guess I would describe it most accurately as a book on metaphysics. Essentially, a lot of the book is Deleuze and Guattari explaining something and then meticulously defining it and putting it through a level of different situations and compare and contrasts and all this kind of thing, so that they have a strong working definition of a philosophical concept. And I will notice sometimes when I explain this to people that I know, because it's a long story, but I've had to explain Deleuze to a lot more people in my life than I think anyone should have to. Which is a little tricky for me because I do not consider myself an expert on it at all. I haven't even finished the book. I'm like a little over halfway through. But I think I understand the basics of the Anti-Oedipus and what they're talking about. And I'll be explaining this to people, and I'll explain like a certain concept, like, I don't know, psychic social repression. And they'll be like, but so why is that bad? And I'm like, it's not necessarily. It just the point of the book, or many parts of the book, is not necessarily to say that something is good or bad, just to explain what it is and how it works. There's even a line where they define, I have to quote because I don't feel like searching through the book right now, but there's a line where they basically, the book kind of builds up into a very, very long outline of what they call schizoanalysis. And one of the descriptors that they give for the purpose of schizoanalysis is not to explain why the universe works a certain way, but rather how it works. And I think that is a goal that can be ascribed to a lot of academically rigorous writing. It is an explanation of what something is, not that it's good or bad. But most essays that people consume on the internet are persuasive and argumentative. And so when Matthew Matosis, which, okay, granted, the term aesthetic deception appears kind of pejorative. We interpret deception as being a negative thing. I don't think he's necessarily using it like that, but the wording is kind of careful because it's not inherently a bad thing. In fact, that near the end of the video, he goes through plenty of examples where it's fine, or people even like it, or it increases someone's enjoyment of a game, or the effectiveness of something. The whole point is that it's precarious. How much you deceive someone and in what ways you deceive someone have an effect on the player's experience. But because most people are used to seeing argumentative video essays, they assume that because the title is a little pejorative, it reads that way to many people, and he goes over examples where this could be negative, that it is arguing against it. And so there's a lot of... So the other... one of the other things is he doesn't say anything in the video. Basically, they're focusing really on they're missing the forest for the trees, expecting him to make some kind of value judgment or argue for or against more or less of this. And that's not the point of the video. It's just to explain how it works. It's to explain what aesthetic deception is and how it works. So I thought that was interesting. And it's a good video. I think that you should watch it. It has some thought-provoking ideas. There are some people who actually do engage with the video on the level that it's meant to, which are, excuse me, for instance, disagreeing with the way that he defines certain things or this or that. And those comments are fine. I'm not like on the Matosis defense squad. I just think that a lot of people are like missing the point of the video. It was a cool video. I really like. I like consuming. I like consuming very thoughtful discussion on things like this for this medium that I like. Anyway, I want to talk about a road trip that I went on recently. My brother has graduated, sort of, from college. He is he's going to University of California, Santa Barbara. And if you're not familiar, the UC system is a whole system network of schools in California, the universities of California. And when he went in for, I believe, his last year, his senior year, his counselor gave him a list of classes, but she fucked up and gave him the list, like a class list that would get him enough credits to graduate a state school, and the UCs have a higher bar that you need to pass. So he has to take like a couple months of summer classes. So it's not like a real graduation. However, because he is graduating within the year, he was allowed to walk, and a lot of his friends are graduating with him. So yeah, of course he's going to go celebrate with them and take part in the ceremony and all that. I don't think he's not really too hung up. It's annoying that he has to take the extra classes, but I mean, he had to do some post, I guess you'd call it postgraduate work. Anyway, so he was planning on sticking around for a bit. So we had to drive to Santa Barbara. Now, I'm going to give you guys some expert advice, some lived experience. If you ever plan on doing a road trip that is longer than, say, 200 miles, maybe 4 to 5 hours minimum of driving, factor in a stop, let's say. Do not take an electric vehicle. That might be one of the biggest mistakes you could ever make. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of car people out here who are up on the electric vehicle. They're hip to the EV jive. But I was not, I'm not a driver. I know a little bit about cars. I'm actually a passenger for this ride. And I think that gives me a certain ethos to talk about this. Because holy shit, this might have been one of the worst experiences that a vehicle has caused me. Okay. So, first problem with the EVs is basically the first hurdle you have to overcome is the battery, okay? So, I'm just going to make up some numbers. Let's say the trip is, because I don't remember the exact numbers for everything. The trip is 400 miles. The battery will take you about 300 miles on a full charge. Now, obviously, you are not going to be using the full 300 miles because you're going to probably stop at like maybe the 20 to 30% mark just to be on the safe side so that you can stop and charge. So you're going to need to charge at least once during the journey. On the way up, or down, or whatever way, on the way up to Santa Barbara, we made a stop at this little town, and there was like a charging station in the parking lot of a school. And we get out, and my mom and her dad are trying to just figure out how to plug the car in. And I'm like, oh my God, these boomers. This is their EV, by the way. This is my grandparents' EV. They insisted on taking it. They insisted upon it. They're struggling to actually plug the thing in the charge. And I'm like, these boomers, well, they can't even figure it out. I'm sitting there in the back car, all in my generation Zoomer smugness. They take out the phone to call customer support. I'm like, oh my God. Turns out, in order to plug in your car, you need an authenticator app that this one software company that is just a middleman for the charging company runs. And we're like, we don't want to download a fucking app and set up an account. So we have to pay over the phone. We have to pay over the phone to charge our car. We're like, okay. We go eat lunch. We spend about an hour. We come back, and we've got not as much charge as we were expecting. And we're like, oh, okay. So a little while later, we have to make another stop. We spend maybe 30, 40 more minutes. What should have been maybe a 5-hour drive gets extended into 7 hours, which is not great. It's not like it's kind of annoying. So the ceremony, we spend the night. The ceremony goes by the next day, and then on Monday, we set off back home. And this is where, around 11, we leave at like 10 a.m. Around 11, I'm thinking, we're making pretty good progress. We might make it back. Earlier than expected. Little did I know. Okay, so we're running low on fuel. We stop in this town because there's a charging station. It seems like there's 1 or 2 charging stations there. We pull into this one that happens, for some reason, there's 4 charging stations in the parking lot of a bank. Okay, sure. All 4 of them are occupied, and there's a kind of a gaggle of guys hanging around in the parking lot. I hop out, ask them, hey, how close are you, any of you guys like close to being done? And they say they represented about 2 cars total between them. They were just hanging around chatting, and one of them said, oh no, we're all in line. So now I have to make logistical I have to account for logistics that I otherwise never have to. Because if you pull up to a gas station and there's like 4 occupied pumps and there's a few people in line, it might take like a 5-minute wait before you get your turn. Here, every single car that is charging and in line represents minimum 30 minutes. Because if you're stopping to charge, you're probably not, because it takes so long, you're probably not doing it unless you need at least 30 minutes worth of charge. So we're like, man, we want to be making better time, so we'll just find another place. We drive off, we find a Best Western that has 2 charging stations in the back. We park, we load up, we charge in, and then we go have lunch, and we figure, okay, let's wait about an hour, and then we should be good. We eat lunch, we finish, we go back to the car. We have gained about 10 miles worth of charge. Oh, fuck. So then it's actually an issue of having to... We actually had to figure out how do you even unplug the car from this one. Turns out that you had to like press the button, push in really hard, pull out really hard. Okay, well there were actually no instructions on the machine that informed us of that. You just had to figure it out through trial and error. Which, like, all of these little things just increase stress, right? So we're like, fuck, okay, we really don't want to go backwards. Are there any charging stations in the direction that we're going? There is one. Okay, so we drive, we stop there. It's like in this middle of nowhere town. This absolute just the sticks. And there's just a random charging station on the against the sidewalk. So they get out, they attempt to pay. It seems like there's some kind of problem they're having. They call customer service again. I'm thinking, these boomers, they can't even figure it out. Turns out that station was just out of order. It was just broken. No out of order sign. Nothing on the digital display to indicate that. You just had to call to figure it out. Fuck. Okay. So let's screw it. Let's just go back to the bank and wait. And we'll just wait in line for however long we need to. Because, oh my god, yeah, so oh my god, I didn't even mention, when we stopped at the Best Western and we realized we didn't charge at all, that's how I even learned about the difference that there are fast and slow chargers. So you have to know. You just have to figure it out. And sometimes maybe the car will tell you, but sometimes it won't. And also, like, it'll tell you how much voltage you're getting, and you have to be like, oh, that's, like, competitive. But also sometimes some terminals do fast charging up to a limit and then they throttle you. And also while we thought that maybe the reason we couldn't get the nozzle out, the connector out, was because the car was on. Like maybe we had to turn it off. So I got in the front and I just pressed the button to turn it off and on. And as it turned back on, this little notification popped up on the dashboard that said something to the effect, it went very fast, but it said something to the effect of charging is slow due to high temperature in the charging battery, something like that, like the AC charging battery. And I'm pretty sure they were talking about alternating current and not air conditioning. So this is something I have also learned, is that if the car is too hot, it charges slower, which in the California sun is, it's pretty easy for that to happen, especially when you have to park in the sun because there's no shade in the spot. So, okay. So we're like, fuck it, we'll just go back to the bank. We'll go back to the bank and we'll just wait. We end up waiting, and it's so crazy. I've never seen, like, you have to coordinate with other drivers to figure out how long they're going to be there. So we wait about an hour. A little over an hour, I want to say. just to get a spot. Then we plug in, and we decide to wait about 40 minutes. That should... My grandfather has done the math, and he's the physicist, so I figure that, okay, that should be enough to get us to our destination. So my mom and I, we hop out, we go to an antique mall that's nearby. They had a replica gunblade from Final Fantasy VIII for $100, and also animation cells from a Flintstone cereal commercial, I think from the 80s. I only found this out because I sent it to Kat, and she was like, "Oh, that's the Flintstone cereal commercial from the 80s." And I was like, "Yeah, of course you would know that." So we go back to the car. We're charged up, on our way. About 10 minutes into the drive, my grandfather says, "I have miscalculated the charging time. We only have enough to get like 70% of the way there." Okay. So we will need to make one more stop to charge the goddamn car. So we end up stopping, I forget where. We end up stopping at another town. There are 2 terminals. One of them they just said didn't work. Okay, fine. We stop at we go to the next one, plug it in, and there's just something weird going on the screen, I guess. I see my mom call customer support for the 3rd time, and I'm thinking, these boomers, they can't even figure it out. Turns out, the terminal was having a software issue and had to be remotely rebooted by a customer service representative. And I was like, wow, this fucking is ridiculous. This sucks. Have you ever had to reboot a gas pump? No. So, and also, like, they had specific rules about, like, well, it can only go in if the car doors are closed and locked, and then you can unlock them once they did. And it was like a fucking headache. That's the other problem, is there's no standardization. We finally get enough charge to get home. It should have been a 5-hour drive. It turned into a 10-hour drive. Fucking nightmare. My mom had like a meeting that she wanted to go to at like 7:30. Yeah, she completely missed it, which she was pissed about. She was getting very frustrated. And I reflect back on this experience, and I think with the information that we had, I don't think we could have done much better than we did. We took the gamble that one time that we could find somewhere with less of a line than at that bank parking lot. But that was kind of the only one. And I guess my grandfather could have made a better calculation on how much charge we needed. But like, other than that, so much of this was just getting blindsided by how dog shit the infrastructure is for electric vehicles, for anything long distance. If all you plan on doing is city driving and local driving, and you can just go home and plug in, it's probably awesome, and you save money on gas, and you never have to think about it. But if for whatever reason, like say your grandson happens to be graduating from college, you have to end up taking like a real road trip, I would literally say just get a rental. I would actually just recommend leave the EV at home, get a rental of either like a hybrid or like a full gas vehicle. Because, and like, this is California. Wasn't like a couple years ago, we're like the most progressive state on the EVs, just about. I think like a couple years ago, was it Gavin Newsom? Someone said like by 2030, we want to get the state all electric. Or is there something like that? Dog, no. Literally no way. Unless you put in like substantial public funding to develop to develop and standardize the infrastructure, and you don't leave it up to 1,000 different competing privately owned standards. Because that's the other thing is there's the fast and the slow chargers. Not all of them are obvious which one they are. Some of them throttle you after a certain point. I don't even know if legally there's like a definition as to what is a fast charger. I don't know if you could just like label it a fast charger and just lie on like Google Maps or something. Like that's a possibility. Is there any kind of regulations board holding them to a standard of like this much electricity per hour? Is like the threshold for this? I have no idea. There's the problem of like just the battery. Oh my god! If it gets too hot, we live in fucking California. The sun is intense here. The fact that there's all of these different private companies that run these chargers, and they all have different ways. Some of them you can just pay with a credit card. Some of them you need an authenticator to jerk off in your own house. Some of them just like they have completely different software between them. They have different standards for the process of even plugging your car in. Well, the doors need to be locked, and it is such a fucking nightmare. The infrastructure just does not exist to support it. And I'm gonna be honest, from like an environmental impact effect, like most of the carbon emissions are probably not coming from cars. Like if everybody switched to electric tomorrow, there would probably be a visible difference. Like everyone in the world did, there would probably be a visible difference. But like it's part of the whole like minimize your carbon footprint. It's just that like most of it is coming from fucking corporations and industry and shit like that. And they do these kinds of things to push it onto individual choice because individuals generally don't get regulated like a single corporation does. You know, I don't have an oversight. There's like laws and stuff, but obviously they know they're not going to make it illegal to drive a gas-powered car. That would be fucking ridiculous. That would never happen. So basically saying, oh, it's up to individual choice is basically saying it will never happen and it'll never change. And say, oh, it's all your fault for driving gas cars, when that is really not the case. I don't know. This whole experience has really turned me off of an all-electric vehicle. And I think when I get a car in the future, I don't know, a hybrid seems pretty nice to me, to just have the ability to fall back on it. So it was a very enlightening experience. If anyone in the comments drives an EV, I'd be very curious to know if you have any, if you think I'm fucking crazy. Mind you, so this is also in California. This is in California. So this is a big state. So maybe not everyone is going to have, if you live in like, if you live in Rhode Island and you for some reason never have to drive out of the state for anything. Yeah. Well, anyway, I want to do a little segment that I'm stealing from a YouTube channel that I used to watch. Fact Fiend. They called it How Not to Do Business, which is basically chronicling really bad interactions they've had with sponsorship offers. So, around January of this year, I got an email from a development studio that I will not name because they're not paying me. Okay, enough time has passed on this. I think I can talk about it and not identify anything. And yes, I will be spoiling, but I did not do the sponsorship deal. You might have been able to tell. So basically, this opening email that I got in January goes something like, "Hey, Tigan Moon," which, okay, to begin with, is a good first sign. My stupid channel name does actually deter scammers or completely insincere people. Because if you call me the Cellar or the Cellar brackets Tigan Moon, I know that you're not actually familiar with with my channel at all, and you don't really watch me, because if you take 1 second to look at my About section, you will see that I say, "Hi, I'm Tigan." So that's clearly like my name. So addressing me as by my actual name is good. They basically give me a pitch for their game. They say, like, "We're the team that's making this game. This is the genre, and here's what it's about." They say, "Hey, here's our credits. We were in this game jam, yada yada. We have a demo. We're inviting you to check out our free demo, now live on Steam." There's some fancy animated GIFs of gameplay, and then immediately it launches into why your audience will love game. Built for hype, competitive leaderboards, quick hit action, full of indie charm. Which, okay, this feels like it's very written by ChatGPT. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it has that kind of stock, bland writing style. It sounds corporate. Then they say, all right, here's some links, the gameplay trailer, Steam page. To make your coverage easy, we've included a link to our press kit page here. Or if you'd prefer to simply download the assets, we have them in a centralized Google Drive here. So I'm reading this, and I'm just blindsided. A press kit page? What? A press kit. If it feels like a fit for your stream, we'd be thrilled if you check out the demo. Whether you stream it, share your thoughts, or just play casually, we'd love to hear your feedback. If you have any questions or want extra info, just hit us up. We're happy to help however we can. So this immediately turned me right the fuck off. Mainly because it feels extremely underhanded and deceptive. Oh, there I am, using deceptive as a pejorative. Sorry, Matthew. So, let me explain what I mean. This is an issue of communication. What do you want from me? What do you want? What I read this as, ostensibly, is an offer for a branded sponsorship deal. There's a couple problems with this. The first one is, why the fuck would you come to me for a branded sponsorship deal? You are looking to advertise your game. That's what this means. You're looking to advertise your game, and you come to a guy who just got 500 views on a video he spent 2 months on? Well, this was back in January. I guess the most recent video was the Death Smiles one. But, like, look at my channel, dog. Okay, if I was to give you a quote, if someone approached me and they said, we would like to pay you to advertise our game on a live stream, I would, what do you want for it? I would say that the fairest thing that you could give me is like $200. Judging by the size of my audience and my reach, inconsistent as it is, but also, the fact that you deem me valuable enough to want me to advertise for you, I would say I would ask for like $200 to stream the game for a couple hours. Here's the thing. Any sponsorship deal that's only worth $200 is not worth doing in the first place. For the business's side, it makes absolutely no sense. You are just wasting money. So either this is like super weird and shady, or you have no idea what you're doing. I actually lean towards the latter. I'm applying oh god. I'm applying a Hanlon's razor here. Never assume malice when sheer incompetence explains it just as well. So basically what I'm getting is, okay, the second thing is you want me to do a sponsorship. You have not talked about payment. You haven't talked about this or that. And then you say, well, I don't know, like, you can stream it. You can give us your thoughts, or just play. Just give us feedback. Okay, what do you want? Because, like, okay, streaming it, that's promotion. I'd want payment for that. If you want feedback, that's okay. That's oh god, not counsel. I guess that's the way. That's consultancy. Okay, like I do play tests for games every so often, and I get paid for it because it's valuable for a developer or a publisher to get the feedback from a player. That is valuable information. It's helping them make the game better. They pay you for that. What this reads as, the most uncharitable reading of this, is that they're reaching out to amateur YouTubers and online personalities in order to get them to platform their game for free because they are so excited at the idea of doing a real sponsorship that they forget to actually ask for payment to do basically free work for someone else. Now, you might call me a hypocrite because there's one example where there's one time where I actually sort of did do this for free. And that was with Dead Eye Deepfake Simulacrum. Let me explain actually specifically what happened in that case. I get a random email from a developer that just says, here is a Steam key for my game. And I was like, what? And then I checked it out and it actually seemed kind of legit, like a real game and a real developer. And the email checked out. And I said, hey, I don't know if this is a scam, but I put the key in and it worked. So thanks. I don't know what the scam is. And they just said, oh, I saw your eye video and my game is inspired by that video or by that game. So I thought you might enjoy it. And I was like, that's actually really funny because I was very harsh on iDevice Divine Cybermancy. I've gone on record saying I don't like it several times. So it's kind of funny that would be the reasoning. And then I decided to stream it. And I'm going to be honest, because the vibes were good. I just got, like, I didn't get a weird feeling from the dev. They seemed cool. The game looked cool. I streamed it. I really liked it. Actually, my feedback from the podcast made it into the game. I had a critique about the user interface. And I'm actually in the patch notes for Dead Eye Deepfake Simulacrum for one of the updates, where they did exactly the change that I suggested to the UI. And I went back to play it like later when it hit the full 1.0 release, and I didn't even realize that the change had been made because it feels like it should have been like that from day one. But it was. I was like, oh shit, yeah, they did change the way that the text works when you mouse over an item. Nice. And with no communication, which means that they just actually like listened to the podcast segment on it, which is crazy. And just implemented it into the game. Overall, a very nice interaction. I would still recommend the game. It's still a really good game. And it was just because the vibes were good. And they gave me a free thing. They gave me a free thing, and that was cool. Just a free key. Freaky. Getting freaky. These guys drop this extremely corporate sounding email where they get really wishy-washy about wanting me to do something, but let's not commit to anything. And then oh, you don't have to do anything, man, but here's a press kit and when you cover it, and here's why your audience will love it. And it's like, okay, you're making a sell to me. You are making a sell. And when I feel like I'm being sold to, I get like really defensive and it really turns me off. So I just ignore this email. A month later, actually closer to like 20 days, they send me another email in February, which is really funny because I actually don't remember even reading this, but they just said, hey, bumping this email thread in case it slipped through the cracks, since there's one other thing we think you'd enjoy. And then they just talk about how the composer made the soundtrack. And here's an interview with him. And I was like, okay. And I just closed it. In April, they send me one more email, and they say, after the first two went unreplied to, they want me. They want my middling YouTube channel. They want my stream that gets like 10 people on it. They said, hey, we made some updates. There's a new progression system. There's a free demo out now. The game is going to come out. We have a release date. If you are looking for a new game to share with your audience, this could be a fun one to test out via our demo. Which, that's the other thing, is like, okay, you're promoting me to like play the demo. You didn't even give me like a key. Like no skin off your back. No skin off your back, but you want me to put in some effort. And at this point, I decided, let's see, this is ridiculous. Let me see if I can fuck with them. So I said, hey, I saw your earlier emails and understand that you'd like me to do some sort of promotion for your game. How much are you willing to pay me? They respond the next day. Thank you for your response. What is your typical rate to promote? And how do you typically promote when working with a game studio? A few people have streamed our game have streamed our free demo and given us honest feedback. Some have offered to make a video on it via their channel. Those are the main two avenues that far. What have you been typically charging people for that type of promotion? So this is hilarious. So first of all, they don't know that I've never actually done a sponsored stream or video or anything. Second of all, they have no idea what they actually want, which is a running theme. Do you want to make a video? Do you want to make a stream? They can't just ask me for something. I would never make a sponsored video. Like a wholly sponsored video. Like, you wouldn't click on that. Hey, here's this game. Second thing is that there's a major example of bad form here, which is, what do you charge for promotions? There's a Hannibal Buress moment. There's a joke he has where he's talking about doing a stand-up show for a college. And they did, the college's newspaper did a story on his show. And to fill time, part of the article just said, Buress, it was like, Buress not only adds more diversity to the lineup, because he's black, he also fits neatly into the $2,000 to $4,000 a show range that the school's entertainment budget allows. And he's like, oh, cool. Well, thank you for putting my business out there, which makes it harder for me to negotiate upwards in the future. That's really cool. And not tacky at all. That's basically what you... Imagine you go into a job interview and they say, so what did your last job pay you? Which, by the way, is actually illegal. At least I think in the US, at least in California. They can't ask you how much your last job paid you because they're going to use that information to undercut you and pay you not allow you to negotiate for a higher salary, because they're going to say, well, you're only worth this much apparently. You can't tell them because the lack of information gives you bargaining power. So them asking, how much do you usually charge, immediately puts me into like a box. So I respond, I hate the way these emails are laid out. I respond, I'm like, I'm not giving them any information. I say, and I'm also like, what is the most I think I can ride them for? Reasonably, without being like ridiculous. I said, I'm willing to do 3 hours of live stream coverage for $500, which is several times what I make in a month on Patreon, by the way. That would include a link to the game's storefront pages. I would reserve the right to give my opinion unfiltered. That's all I wrote. And they say, appreciate the quick response. That sounds potentially reasonable for us, ... We can discuss more closer to launch date. Enjoy your afternoon. They never replied to me again. So, the lesson here is, if you want to do a promotion for your game, be honest. You're not reaching out to a fucking YouTuber for feedback. You're reaching out to them for promotion. If you want promotion, be honest. Be upfront about what you want and what you're interested in. And also that you're willing to pay me. And have something in writing. And don't ask invasive questions about like what my rates are. So that's my advice. Just be transparent and don't beat around the bush, because it makes you seem really shady and like you're trying to exploit someone's excitement to finally get a real brand deal. So yeah, as you can tell, this did not happen. The game's release came and went. They never reached out to me again about any kind of potential anything. Let me see what the reviews are. Oh, it's not out yet. Oh, it got pushed back. Huh. Okay. Well, it seems like my communications have rightly turned them off. Because they have not communicated anything else to me. Anyway. I want to talk about the absolute apocalypse of game announcements that came out. So first of all, there was like a billion game shows that happened, or game showcases. Yeah, I guess that's what they are. That all happened within like a week's span of each other. There was the Summer Games Fest, there was the Sony State of Play, there's the Xbox Game Showcase, and the Nintendo Direct, and probably some other shit that I don't remember. Now, out of all of that, I'm not going to talk about everything there. Good God, no. But just a couple things that I found interesting. So number one, as many people have noted, the September, what are we going to call it? The September war is happening. Now, a lot of people are like, wow, why is all this bullshit coming out in September and like late in the year, but this really specific like September, October release window? Why is there so much coming out there? It's because GTA 6 was supposed to come out this summer. It was supposed to come out around now. Everyone knows that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a massive black hole for the games business, the same way that GTA 5 was. Most people don't buy more than one game every month or two. Or maybe they get a little thing here and there on sale. But new games that are going to come out full price, people are generally buying. I would say like an active gamer would buy like one a month. the fact that I don't even buy like new stuff regularly. I buy games fairly frequently, but it's usually older stuff or stuff on a discount. The whole Mass Effect trilogy remastered thing was like $5 the other day. Hell yeah, I'll pick that up. There is this concept known as the danger zone, which is basically if a big game that you're competing with in, say, the same genre is going to come out, you kind of want to avoid it by maybe a month or two. You want to avoid the release window so that there's a sort of cooldown period on the consumer's purchase. They're like, oh, I haven't bought a game in a month or two. Let me spend a bit of my paycheck on that. Especially with games being more expensive these days at full price, and the economy being bad, people are spending less on stuff in general. So because GTA 6 was supposed to come out in the summer, all of these publishers were like, well, we can safely release in the holiday season. Let's release around Christmas and November and Thanksgiving and stuff, and people are in more of the gift-giving habit. People get bonuses and stuff like that. A lot of there's Black Friday. A lot of the economy rests on the end of the holiday season. And then Rockstar found out that some of their employees were planning to unionize because they were being crunched to hell and back. And they fired 30 of them in retaliation, which they are, I believe, still currently in the midst of a lawsuit over because they fucked up royally. I talked about that before in the podcast. And it just so turns out that a lot of the people who they fired in regards to union organization happened to be leads on several parts of the game. It wasn't stated, I don't know exactly who was, in what departments, if it was design or art or whatever, but they were team leads. And so they then had to spend, basically go into panic mode in the most critical part of a game's development, like the last few months or weeks leading up to release, when you're doing all the heavy-duty bug fixing and all of the polish that actually makes the game come together. They had to suddenly scramble to find new people to lead their teams on this massive, 500-person project that tons of jobs are resting on, right? Rockstar doesn't put out games that often. They can't really afford to dump this much money into something that's going to come out and be a total disaster. They don't want Cyberpunk to happen again. And then once they find new people to fill leadership positions, which is hard because they're leadership positions that require more seniority, they also then have to train these people up and get them up to speed on where the game, and in the most hectic part of the game's development, where you have to now come in as, say, a technical lead and swallow 10 years of development time to figure out what the fuck is going on before you can actually lead the team. So they pushed the game back by 6 months. And they're releasing in, what is it? What's the GTA 6 release date again? The exact one. Oh, we don't even have one. Oh, they just delayed it. They just delayed it. November. It looks like a mid-November thing. So now, all of these publishers who were like, we will safely avoid the GTA 6 atom bomb fallout zone, are now like, fuck, we're gonna release right up against GTA 6. Fuck. How far back can we pull it? How far back can we pull it? For everything that hasn't been announced yet. At least, right? How far back can we pull it to miss the zone? Because we got to make the fucking quarterly. We have to get it out by the end of the year so we can get sales for the fucking sales quarter. So everyone is just in panic mode, reining their release dates back as far back as they can get it, as far back as they can pull it, and still make a reasonable release on time. And they're like, September, early October at the very latest. Which is it's probably stressful as hell. But it is kind of funny from afar. It's fucking everyone's plans up. There's a new God of War announced. And I don't really care about the new God of Wars, the new GOWs, so to speak, as much as I do the conversation around them, which I mostly tend to ignore. But it's a good opportunity for me to talk about my little theory that I have in regards to AAA PlayStation exclusives. So, when the Gao Lufa trailer came out, and the main character is woman, and the dialogue is like very AAA sounding, you know, it's that style of writing, where the fucking main character won't stop talking to herself to exposit things to the player, and stuff like that. That's actually it's not even like the quippiness, which the trailer isn't even very quippy at all. It's a little goofy when you get to the cube, but it's really not that quippy. My irk is just how much like self-exposition is there, because it makes me feel like the game is condescending to me about what's going on. There's just like this kind of rhythm and flow to that style of dialogue that I like. You kind of know what I mean, right? They're different writers and it's different games, so it's going to be a little different. It's not an exact template, but you know what I mean, right? But there's all this shit about like, oh, woman, whatever. And I'm like, why does this happen? Because for the most part, it's just like looks like a relatively cool. Honestly, the combat looks way cooler than the previous games do to me, because of all the wacky combo character action bullshit that she's doing. And thematically, like, oh, they're bringing in all these different pantheons of gods. It's like a god afterlife. That's a cool concept. Also really, like, a really good place to take it based on how many gods have been killed by Kratos throughout the series. This seems neat. Seems cool. But there's this, like, rancid discussion around it. And I'm like, why does this happen? And I think it's that AAA, like the AAA blockbuster PlayStation exclusives like Last of Us or Spider-Man, they exist in what, I don't know, I'd call it like a negative Goldilocks zone. Is there a term for that? Bad Goldilocks zone. No. Okay. So the Goldilocks zone is like that point where it's like right in the middle, perfectly balanced. But this is like an evil version of that. It's not Goldilocks, it's like the silver key. It exists in the silver key zone of mainstreamness and nicheness. So what do I mean by that? So I remember when Battlefield 5 came out and people were like, woman on the cover. I think that the vast majority of mainstream game players just bought the game because it said Battlefield on it, and they're like, oh, is there a girl in this? And then they just played the game and didn't really give it too much of a mind. But, like, they don't care because most people barely believe in anything. And then you've got, like, the basement guys. They're 3 levels deep in the dungeon, in the corner, in, like, the slime corner. They're on RPG Codex. Their forum signature is a quote from Goebbels. I've unfortunately run into people like this when going into these more, like, niche genres, right? You just run into people who are themselves more niche, for better or worse. Sometimes they're really cool, sometimes they're really not. And things like The Last of Us hit this like awful zone where it's not ball and gun, but it's big and it looks like a movie and it's dramatic. And it's on a PlayStation, and most people own PlayStations over Xboxes. So a lot of people buy it. It gets a ton of exposure, very wide reach. But it's still kind of video gamey. Like how do I describe this? Niche in like a video. I should have thought about this more, about the perfect way to describe it. I don't want to say that sports games like Madden are not real video games, because I think that's reductive. But there's a difference between like Madden and like Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, we can all acknowledge that there's a difference between those. And on the scale from Madden to Dwarf Fortress, of, let's say, boogie to pop, something like The Last of Us has enough of those boogie niche elements that it's big, but it's got these niche elements so that there's a large audience, but kind of a larger than normal amount of weird niche guys. Does that make sense? This makes sense in my head, but trying to explain it makes me feel dumb. Because this doesn't happen with, like, there was a new, like, FIFA game, or whatever they're calling it. eFootball? PES? Whatever. And it had, like, the women's teams. Or it had, like, women's teams, or was it a basketball game? Because now, like, women's basketball is, like, a bigger deal. And it had those, and I don't remember seeing anyone complain about it ever. Like, that's the difference, right? Genuinely, the ball and gun gamers, bless their hearts. Do they have limited taste? Do they only play mainstream stuff? Yeah. But they tend to be relatively well-adjusted people, for the most part. But then, suddenly, you make, like, female custodies in Warhammer. And the larger amount of not well-adjusted people freak the fuck out over it. And so you have something like God of War, which appeals to a ton of people. But suddenly there's woman. And all these fucking freakazoids are talking about how she's ugly because she doesn't look like a... she doesn't look like a baby, an anime baby. I'm being inflammatory, but that's what they do. Oh god, there's this awful Tim Kaine video called, what is it? Ugly characters, or designing ugly characters or something. Because someone sends him in a question, and I don't hold this against him because I think he is far enough outside the scope of like what this shit really is to not really get where the question is coming from. But they're like, why do Western developers keep making ugly characters? And I don't even want to get too deep into it, but very clearly, like, this is someone who says that is not worth taking seriously. It's not a question that is worth entertaining. It just makes no fucking sense. It's basically an imagined problem. It's a problem that exists in the virtual reality of Twitter screenshots. Someone takes a screenshot of something, and the screenshot is now the lens through which you view reality. This character looks kind of weird. This character doesn't look like a polished SFM model that I look up on my Overwatch 3D Fuda porn. So I must lose my shit about it. They're trying to make the women ugly. Why are they making the women ugly? It's because they have I don't know. The thing with all these is it's probably Jews in some way. That's probably the answer to these people's, like, thing. Not real. That's not what I'm saying. It usually just amounts to, like, whenever there's these completely imagined problems, they always just circle back to, it's because the Jews are trying to destroy Western civilization. They want to make women in video games ugly to, like, I don't know, lower the birth rate or something so that the Jews can take over. They already control everything, but they need to take over more. And that's where all this shit goes. That's where all the shit goes. That's why I don't, like, engage with it. I'm talking about it now just because I thought it was an opportunity to point it out. But I don't plan on ever making any kind of response video or something like that. And I generally try to avoid it. And I think you should too, because it's a waste of fucking time. And also, all that shit was engineered by pedophiles who like are in the government and big business so that they could rape kids more, to distract you from the fact that they're so rich that they get to rape kids. Actually, funny enough, I'm going to talk about Disclosure Day later. That is also a movie that I don't think anyone whose formative years will involve the release of the Epstein files could ever make. Anyway, the other games that I'm interested in from all these showcases, Final Fantasy, did they call it Resonance? Yes. Final Fantasy Resonance. So I saw this pop up and I was like, oh, isn't this Brave Exvius? Yeah, this was that mobile kind of gacha game that I played a little bit of years ago and then just kind of bounced off of. Well, the game itself has gone offline, but Square Enix is remaking it as a single-player RPG. Remake is a weird term. You might say readapting it. So essentially what they've done is that I guess the original game had several seasons of stories. Basically what they're doing is taking the original story from the first season, editing it a little bit to better fit the format of a single player game and not like a gacha game, and turning it into a traditional kind of like a Final Fantasy game that you would have played on the SNES, with an overworld, and it's sprite-based, it's turn-based battles. You go and instead of being a gacha where you have to roll for characters and stuff, you just meet them organically over the course of the story. There's also some kind of like, there's other crossover characters. They've not described how, like from other Final Fantasy games, they have not described how those are going to work, but they're in the trailer. So, this was intriguing to me on its face, just because I'm a big fan of the classic Final Fantasies, and it's cool that they're making a new turn-based RPG. And then I read this interview with the developers. Let me see if I can find. I should have pulled this up before. Yeah, the first. It's also specifically an HD 2D Final Fantasy. They said it was inspired by Final Fantasy V, and my little ears perked up. My little antennas got erect. Specifically, it's actually inspired by 5 and 6. Oh, well, tell me more. So the game basically has what they describe. It's got this thing called attunements, which they say are basically like the job system. Obviously, I love me the job system. Ooh, I love the job system. So immediately I'm very interested to play another Final Fantasy game with that. But also they liken it to, they wanted to also make it like 6's approach to party. Basically, the term they kept hammering was party customization. And that was like, ooh, hang on, wait, do these guys get it? Do they get it though? Now, it's a pretty strong theme throughout both 5 and 6, but they pull it off in completely different ways. Final Fantasy V was the second game to do the job system after 3, and it has a completely stable cast of characters in your party. There's always the same 4 characters. Well, one of them gets swapped out like halfway through, but you're always working with like, they inherit like all of the gameplay relevant stuff from the character they replace. So it's more of a lore thing than a gameplay thing. All of the instead of having multiple different like party members that you can switch in and out, You have these 4 characters, and they are all functionally the same, like on a base level, but there's all these different jobs that any of them can have. As they gain experience with the job, they level it up, they learn new skills and spells and stuff like that. You unlock new jobs as you progress through the game, and then you can mix and match skills from different jobs to make like really interesting, cool party combinations and synergies or anti-synergies. There's an entire channel called Supra Pika, which is a guy who primarily just talks about Final Fantasy V challenge runs, and he'll do tier lists of jobs. He did a video that was like, what is the second worst job in Final Fantasy V? And it was awesome. It was I loved that video. And there was a comment that was like, this is the most niche content possible. But they're really fun, especially if you've played the game, because there's so much flexibility in 5. It's a super fun game to just play around with its systems. So obviously, there's a ton of party customization there. In 6, it manifests a little bit differently. 6 takes actually an opposite approach. Instead of having a consistent small roster of characters who you can swap different classes between, it has a wide range. I think there's like 14 total playable characters, each of whom have very distinct gameplay gimmicks and mechanics. And then you can customize the party however you want, swap out someone for someone else. But there's still a really strong element of party customization, because who you have in the party fundamentally changes how combat flows. This is one of the reasons I really love the ATB system, is that because characters will just, their skills, their turns will queue up at different rates, the tempo of combat changes simply by swapping out a single character. You can have like a strategy for encounters that you can run every single time, but the moment you switch out one character for someone else, suddenly, they come online first, or they interrupt, or they come online at the end, and now you have to shuffle around exactly how you play encounters and adapt to different strategies. And this gets more complex. Like, there's all sorts of different item equipment builds that you can do. There are different spells that change the way that characters can play and stuff like that. It's really... there's a really good amount of feeling every party member has a distinct impact on the in-game combat. And so they're talking about like balancing this, and it's really interesting, and they acknowledge, it's really tricky, because we want to have a cast of distinct characters with their own unique things going on, but we also want to have this job system that gives you a ton of build flexibility. So I'm really curious as to how that is implemented, and genuinely, like, the FF7 Remake Part 3 got announced at the same showcase, I think. I am more interested in Resonance than I am with that. This is really cool. I also really appreciate the more recent practice of taking dead gacha games and turning them into single-player experiences, such as Mega Man X Dive, which was de-gachafied in a very... what would I call it? A very strict way. They took out all the gacha, and they made the necessary changes so that you could still get everything in the game just with in-game currency and adjusting the rates and all that, and balancing it to be an actual single-player experience. However, the gameplay itself was not changed mechanically. One of the critiques I've heard of the cross-dive or X-dive online version is that it feels like a chunk of the retention machine was just pulled out of the game. Like, okay, you're meant to be kept involved because of the gacha mechanics and keeping up and stuff like that. But when that's gone and it's just a single player game, the gameplay's kind of lacking. So for Resonance, I can't tell you how good the gameplay of the original Exvius was. However, them completely remaking it and basically from the ground up. I mean, some of the assets might be reused, like the sprites and stuff, but there's like a real overworld now. I kind of remember it just being like nodes on a map that you would tap and just go to. But there's a real overworld to explore. It's a lot closer to something like Octopath Traveler. And that's really cool. I am very excited for Resonance. It also addresses a critique that people have been having of the Final Fantasy series of late, which is that these games just take way too fucking long to come out. And there are plenty of games that you could have just called Final Fantasy or a Final Fantasy spin-off, and no one would have cared. Well, no one would have cared in the sense that it would have been a bad thing. People would have just been like, cool, a new Final Fantasy game. Because to be honest, you have a lot of flexibility with that if you're making an FF game. There are... Final Fantasy, of course, pretty much every game takes place in a different setting with different characters. Basically a whole new universe. But there are these uniting motifs that cross over to signal to you that this is a Final Fantasy game. There's a Cid, there's Chocobos and Cactars and Moogles, and the spell names are usually the same. And there's crystals and warriors of light, or some kind of chosen warrior, or someone who steps up to the task, or all of these things. Even in the games that really break from the formula, there's airships and things like that. There's so many motifs that make it feel like a Final Fantasy game that you can take something that isn't necessarily a huge graphical showcase and just call it a new Final Fantasy game. And I think people would eat it up. I think the series would be better served by making these like in between numbered entries, let's say, making these little real full-on RPG experiences and just making them spin-offs, giving them subtitles and stuff like that, rather than waiting 7 years to make a numbered entry. There's a really funny, I think one of the producer, someone was like, how did you make it feel like a Final Fantasy game? And one of the directors was like, well, it's got crystals. It's got crystals in it. And I was like, you know what? That's a really simple answer, but he's kind of right. When I think about it, the plot to most Final Fantasy games is a ragtag band of either adventurers or rebels or something coming together to fight an evil empire. Some collection of cool guys and hot girls and monsters come together to fight an evil empire, and there's crystals involved, and then you save the day. That's like the plot of at least half the games in the series in some form. Sometimes they do a little twist on it. Sometimes they do a little spin. Sometimes it's Final Fantasy IV and the main character starts off as part of the Empire. Sometimes it's FF13 and it's more of like the church or like a weird fucking god machine thing. But there's just these common elements that always make it feel like an FF game. So Resonance is cool. I look forward to it. Speaking of Final Fantasy, Tifa in Street Fighter 6. Now, would you believe me, if mere days before this trailer came out, I was talking to a friend, and he says, oh, did you see the newest World Tour, like, Avatar teaser, whatever, trailer? There's a character in it who just has cloud hair. Tifa's totally gonna be in the next pass. And I was like, I don't know. I really don't know, man. Like, it just seems a little far-fetched. And then I pull up the trailer, and I'm watching it next to him, and I'm like, wow, that actually really is Cloud hair. Specifically remake Cloud, actually. Like, Cloud has slightly different hairstyles depending on which game he's depicted in. But yeah, that's specifically remake Cloud hair, like the length and the coif and all that. Coif is it's a very Canadian term to me for some reason. It feels like French Canadian. You know, pretty sure in like Rogue, you drink potions by pressing Q because you're quaffing it. Anyway, the trailer for the new Street Fighter season comes out, and I get this feeling because they're like, new character. Oh, cool. Oh, she's Filipino. Cat's interested. New character. Some kind of like Indian guy. He's like Dalsum, but what if Dalsum's, instead of being like a stretchy yoga guy, he was like a brawler, it looks like a much more physical, upfront fighter. Which is, that's cool. Sort of newly playable character, Bosch, from the story mode, which is cool. He's a cool design. I'm glad that they didn't, keep him out of action, so to speak. I was surprised that he wasn't like playable in like the first season, but yeah. And then Ingrid closes the book, and they're using Ingrid to show all these new characters, right? And then she closes the book on 3 characters, and I was like, oh no, they're putting a line of separation between this and the next character. Who I know it's obviously gonna be 4 characters. Why are they doing this? Uh-oh. And then the logo comes up, and Tifa dolphin punches the logo. And I was like, oh my god, it's really happening. I can't believe it. We now have 2 Italian representatives in Street Fighter. Shout out my Italianos. So, honestly, for a fighting game moveset, Tifa makes a lot of sense. She probably makes more sense than Cloud with that big ass sword. That Cloud could work in Guilty Gear, but I don't know about Street Fighter. There's a few characters who use weapons, such as Yasmin, the new Filipina fighter. But generally, they kind of limit it because Street Fighter's style inherently makes having a big ass long range weapon kind of a bugbear to design around. But yeah, Tifa makes a ton of sense. Obviously, she's been in fighting games before. She's been in Dissidia. Guys. she and in Remake, even if you're just looking for sheer moveset inspiration, she has like a fairly fleshed out moveset. Like, I went and looked up her animations and stuff, and she's got stuff that, oh yeah, that could easily be a super, that could easily be this or that. So makes a lot of sense. It's also really funny to me because I'm like, wow, 3 basically new characters in the game. That's pretty ballsy. And then you see Tifa and it all makes sense. If you put Tifa, they realize that if you put Tifa in the fighting pass in the season, you can put whoever the fuck you want in the rest of it. They could have put Bad Box Art Mega Man in there. They could have put Ryu's uncle Diu on there, and it's just Ryu, but he's bald or something, and he just is an exact clone of Ryu, and people would still buy the season pass. They could put Ryu but stinky, and his name is Pu. So that's cool. She'll probably be cool. Here's my called shot. They said that they've implemented materia for Tifa as some kind of gameplay mechanic. They're working the materia system in. I'm assuming that this is some kind of stance switch mode. That she's going to have some kind of move, or maybe like set of moves that changes based on what materia she uses. Like, she's got a bunch of physical techniques, but certain moves, like maybe her EX moves, will have different properties depending on whether she's got like the thunder materia or the fire one or something like that. And it'll just be like a mode switch, and she's going to have this light element of stance switching in her moveset. Also, called shot on Bosch is that he's going to be a Shang Tsung character. He's going to... I don't know exactly how they would do it, whether it would be like he gets to use everyone's moveset. Does he steal a move from a character a la Seth from Street Fighter V? Or is he more of like a double from Skullgirls, where every one of his moves is just like a it's like he uses a combination of attacks from other characters, like in some like configuration. Speaking of Dissidia, Bart's in Dissidia basically works like that. It's like, oh, he's using Cloud's Buster Sword, but then he uses Holy, but then he uses this and then that, and it's just a smorgasbord. A mimic character, I guess. A copycat character. Which would be really cool. I don't think they would go full-on Mokujin with him, because that's a little crazy. They could do that. I think it would be fun, because they did 11 in Street Fighter V, who is basically just a super random select that also randomized your V skill and V trigger. I think it would be cool now that they have the whole World Tour thing where these are all like real skeletal animations that you can transfer to a create a character, to have some kind of genuine total mishmash bullshit character who is actually just like, you pick them and the whole moveset is randomized. I guess like the normals would be the same. Just make it work the same as the World Tour. The normals would be the same, but or they would all be consistent, like based off of one character. But then say like they're gonna have SPD and Sonic Boom and Aki's weird fucking snake slither move and all this weird shit, and you're just gonna have to mash buttons and figure it out. Like, I think that could be fun. But Bosch, I think, is gonna be some kind of copycat character. They might do like, he's got some, I don't know, Shoto without a fireball, so that he has to play more aggressive, and then he steals a move from you once he gets in or something. Also, could be a great time to bring back the learning counter from JoJo Heritage for the Future. That's right, baby. The learning counter is a move that all of the Anubis sword characters share. So Chaka, Khan, and Black Polnareff. I don't know why they called him that. Where it's a counter move, and when you absorb a hit from an enemy, when you counter it, every time you block that attack, that specific attack, for the rest of, I think, the game, you can guard cancel it. You can guard cancel against it. Which is not like game breaking. It's not like a super game breaking thing. It's just kind of neat, and it rewards paying attention. And potentially make certain moves unsafe. It's like a really cool dimension to add to a character. Do I think they'll do that? Probably not. I don't think they remember that game. But it's a cool idea, and I wanted to bring it up. Yeah, so Tifa looks cool. Yasmin, the new Filipino fighter, is neat as well. However, every time I look at her knife, I can only think of an interaction that I had in the comment section a while ago. She wields a karambit, which is a curved short knife. And okay. While back when I did that video ranking all of the Mortal Kombat Ninja designs, or at least the character designs, when I ranked all the character designs, I talked about Smoke in M1K, where in that game, they did this little gimmick with him where he has a little karambit, and he uses his smoke powers to like basically telepathically swish and swoosh it around to stab you and cut you up, which is a cool idea. However, they made it really small. They made it really small and low impact because everything in Mortal Kombat has to be to scale and realistic in the game where you're fucking punching a guy's head off. It has to be realistic. And I felt like that just totally kneecapped the impact that his attacks could have had because it just looks so weak and feeble and small. and I called it his little baby knife. Someone in the comments got on my case getting all nerdy about, that is not a little baby knife. That is a karambit, and you should really do well to respect it. And I replied, I was like, wow, this guy's being a total dork. And so I think I replied with, I wonder if I could bring it up. I take screenshots of dumb comments that I get because it amuses me. Comments. Let's see. How far back is it? Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to pause. Hang on. Oh, my God. It's because someone came in and said, tell him, bro. Weapons like the karambit seem strange to some because they're uneducated. If they knew anything about weapons, they would appreciate it. So I said, Widow Babby knife needs diaper change. Goo goo gaga. Gotta love how the guy got triggered by your valid comment. Guarantee if he sees this... if he sees this, the response will be along the lines of, oh wee, little knife needs to go kill itself, or something along those lines. What the fuck? Okay. I'm not even offending him, just saying the truth and lecturing him about the weapon, and as you said, he gets triggered. That's just childish behavior. Is baby knife getting grumpy? Someone needs milky and a big baby nap. So it's this. Ah, yes, sweet relief. I knew you wouldn't fail me. The guy from earlier says, petulant child. And I said, okay, Dracula ass. So I cannot think of the karambit without thinking of this ridiculous interaction with these fucking nerds talking about, who take themselves so fucking seriously and didn't even understand what I was saying. What a bizarre... I call it specimen posting. When you just find a guy. When you just find a guy and you have to show the world. And also, to prove my point, the developers of Street Fighter 6 acknowledge that the knife needs to be big. Yasmin's knife is very large. It is not scale accurate to what a real-life karambit looks like. It's a big knife because it's meant to be for visual clarity in gameplay. And yeah, while I was watching her gameplay trailer, I never once thought about where the knife was or what she was doing with it. It's very clear because they just sized it up. So yeah, the tiny little gray knife that Smoke wields that he moves around with his gray smoke magic in front of a gray background is hard to see, and it detracts from the character design and his whole aesthetic and vibe. Anyway, she looks cool. I know several Filipinos who are very interested in her now. And then finally, I want to talk about the trailer for Stranger Than Heaven, specifically Tupac's appearance. So Kat and I watched the Summer Games Fest as it happened, and we were watching the Stranger Than Heaven trailer with kind of a blank expression on our faces. Neither of us are particular fans of the Yakuza franchise. We just were kind of watching and going, oh yeah, it's like a kind of Yakuza type game from Sega. And then Snoop Dogg shows up, and we were like, is that fucking Snoop Dogg? Oh jeez, oh wow, okay. And then there's like a post-credits stinger, and a guy walks on screen. And we go, is that? The words Tupac slam into the screen. And we lost our fucking shit. We were laughing so hard. It was like we stepped into Bizarro World. It was hilarious how weird it was. What are you talking about, goat? Now, at the time, I didn't think about this. I just kind of was like, wow, that's crazy. And then I started seeing discussion, and I was like, yeah, Yeah, I get why people are mad about this. This is pretty bad. And I think the reason it's bad is interesting because it forces us to... It forces us to confront ourselves a little bit. And do a little bit of thinking about what we find offensive and distasteful. So, Tupac is appearing in the game Stranger Than Heaven, which details the life of a guy who, like, founded the Yakuza in Japan. It takes place across, like, I want to say decades of real Japanese history. But also Tupac is there, a guy who was not even born when most of this went down. But it's not Tupac, it is a different character who looks exactly like Tupac that they are crediting as being Tupac, but is played by someone else. Like, it will be a character with another name, like a fictional person, played by a voice actor, but which is modeled directly off of Tupac Shakur, legendary West Coast rapper. So why does that, like, feel gross? And we got to look at, like, we got to compare and contrast. So Call of Duty Cold War had, like, Richard Nixon in it. Now, obviously, Richard Nixon is dead. He's been dead for a very long time. But Nixon appears in it. I think JFK appears in it as well. And no one got upset about it. Why is that? Well, besides the fact that you might think they look a little weird, which is just the reality of making someone in a digital setting, you're always going to be a little weird if you're trying to be photorealistic. These are historical games. That is a game that takes place in history. It makes sense for Richard Nixon to be there. Even if he's saying things that he'd never said in real life, he was a part of that history. How are you going to make a game about the Cold War espionage and the U.S. military and not include the president? It just makes sense. It's a representation. It's also a representation of the person. So first of all, contextually it matches. And it's a representation of the real person. There's no bones. Richard Nixon is not appearing playing, Jeeves Herbert, fictional guy, but he's Richard Nixon. By contrast, okay, if they made a game that was about the 90s hip-hop scene and Tupac shows up, that would be one thing. Again, might be a little weird. People might have questions about whether the family signed off on it, but you would say, this makes sense. He was involved in this scene. He would show up. But instead, it is placing him in a time period, and it is actually just his image. It's a time period he never existed in a place he never visited, and it is just his image. Essentially, Tupac's representation is being used for advertisement. It's being used for advertisement. There are ways that I think you could do that where it would be fine. Like, for instance, I don't know, a best of album, a remastered album, unreleased tracks. Of course, Tupac is going to be on the cover. If there's a documentary that talks about something that relates to him, or it's a documentary about him, makes sense that you would put him on the cover. If you're making a video about Tupac, you would put him in the thumbnail. But this is not about him or anything that was related to him. It is basically a historical drama. So it feels really contrived and, like, cynical. It's purely to get you to go, Tupac? Wow. I know Tupac. Then there is a second issue of who signed off on this. Oh, well, they got his estate to sign off on it. Now, I'm not all up on exactly how Tupac's estate works or the legitimacy of the like Warner executives' ownership of the estate. Tupac's mom died a few years ago. Apparently, officially, she signed off to give control of the estate over to this guy. Who knows? But apparently it's kind of dicey and weird. Questions about did Tupac and Snoop Dogg ever actually like each other, because Snoop Dogg says, oh yeah, this is what he would have wanted. There's also the fact that it's extremely within living memory. Like, okay, I find it weird when someone dies and like 5 years later there's a biopic about them. That's a little strange to me. I feel like you gotta wait for a little bit of time to pass. Like, a Michael Jackson biopic now, disregard everything about Michael Jackson, like other than, you know, everything controversial about it. But like the idea is like, okay, yeah, it's been a while. It's been like 10 years. It's been over 10 years. I think that's fine. There's some kind of invisible line in my head where it becomes okay, where it feels like it's not capitalizing on something being in the news, I guess. And I guess, like, yeah, Tupac's been dead for a very long time as well, but I don't know. It's just so weird. It's just so weird. Like, it's weird. I don't know, because I think about, like, let's say Julius Caesar appears in a game. Would anyone, like, get upset about that? Not really. Even though that was a real historical person who existed, but you put him in this game instead. It would just be weird, but it wouldn't feel offensive. Do you know what like, that's just, like, wow. And I think it's just time. I think it's time, and also people's emotional attachment to them. No one alive today was alive when Caesar was alive. There are still plenty of people alive today who were alive, or kids or adults, when Tupac was active, living, and making music. People have an emotional connection to his music that is really strong. He's still culturally very relevant. He's like an iconic musician. And so it feels scummy to basically puppeteer him for advertising. Case in point on the emotional connection, there is another Japanese actor whose likeness is being reappropriated in this game. And most people, at least in America, don't care, because most people have never heard of that guy. And when you tell that to them, they say, oh, well, I guess that's not good either. But the emotions are nowhere near as strong as for Tupac. So I think it's really a matter of context, how much time has passed, the representation of them is like being authentic, like relevance, I guess, and how much emotional connection people have. How much emotional connection people have to the real life person. Again, you might be really into Julius Caesar and think he's interesting as a historical figure, but that's very different from having a strong emotional connection to someone's music. And I think that's where the disconnect is, and it has turned several people off of the game. There was like a really bad follow-up interview where like the director said, we're trying to imagine what Tupac would want, which just feels like super bad. That just feels super, super scummy and unethical. I should move on. I watched 2 more Hitchcock films to close out the marathon. I don't have too much to say about it, about either of them. Rear Window. Saw Rear Window. It's good. It's a really good thriller. It's about a guy who is, his leg is broken and he's basically trapped in his little apartment. He's like a photographer. He's a real in-depth, got to get the scoop kind of photographer. He does wars, he goes to other countries. But now he's stuck in his apartment, and all he has to do is look outside all day because he doesn't have Roblox. And he ends up witnessing or believing that he saw a murder. Well, he didn't see it. He thinks that a murder happened. There's just too much suspicious stuff, but he didn't see, he heard a scream, but he didn't see anything super incriminating. It's just, he's just observing and getting suspicious. And then, as fate would have it, this little escapade and this little investigation ends up bringing him and his girlfriend closer together and saving their relationship. It's really good. It is a bit of a slow movie that kind of builds up, as a lot of Hitchcock's really good suspense films do. He spends a lot of time building the suspense. You get really into the there's a kind of voyeuristic fantasy to Rear Window, which is wondering just what your neighbors are doing, or if I looked outside, what if I saw something really interesting? And it's just this hidden knowledge that only I've got. And it's kind of exciting in that way. So putting yourself in the main character's shoes is really fun. Or putting yourself in his cast, I should say. It's a very funny movie, actually. There's lots of good humor. I think it's really interesting that this is a film where the female characters have almost all the agency. It's basically him, his girlfriend, and his nurse, who is not live-in, but she makes house visits every other day, something like that. And all three of them end up getting really in on this conspiracy. And the nurse and the girlfriend are the only ones who are actually able to leave the house to do things. And that's kind of neat. I thought that was kind of interesting for the time. That the male hero, yes, he is the one to like break the case and bring it up, but they're the ones who get all the work done, the actual work done. He just observes and keeps lookout. It's also really fun. You know what? This movie is a lot like Five Nights at Freddy's. It actually hits on the exact same style of building tension, which is taking control and agency away from the protagonist. One of the things that I think is really interesting about the post Five Nights at Freddy's horror game boom is that it is clearly a super influential game. Every other month, there's a new so-called mascot horror game that is clearly aping Five Nights at Freddy's, or the appeal of Five Nights at Freddy's, taking something traditionally childish, but making it dark and twisted and fucked up, and trying to catch that same lightning in a bottle again, to varying degrees of success. But what I find interesting is that the most unique, intriguing aspect of Five Nights at Freddy's was never copied, which was the actual gameplay. What I always thought was cool about Five Nights at Freddy's was the fact that the whole game, you are forced into one room and all of your interaction is limited. It intentionally limits the player's ability to do anything, to fight back or run. There's like the fight or flight response. You can't do either. You're playing a purely defensive game of observation and waiting and pattern recognition. And resource management. And that's where the actual stress and tension comes from. That's what makes the big jump scares pay off in the end. That's the most interesting part of the game. And no one did that. They just did like fucking Amnesia again, basically, but with like goopy McGlop-Blorbo characters. And I think that's so weird. Rear Window, like, Five Nights at Freddy's is a much better adaptation of Rear Window. What the fuck am I talking? What is this? Oh my god. The movie is good. It's a good film. The ending is like surprisingly low key. I was like, oh, it's over. I thought that would build into something crazier, but it's exciting. And then I watched To Catch a Thief, which is a bit of an outlier in Hitchcock's repertoire because it isn't really a thriller or a suspense or a mystery in any kind of way that he typically does. Instead, it is a romantic comedy. Now, a lot of people consider To Catch a Thief to be one of Hitchcock's weaker films. Now, I disagree with them on this, having seen more of his movies recently. I don't think that it's one of... I disagree with them because they... Essentially, what they're saying is, oh, I was expecting a thriller. I was expecting a suspense film, and I didn't get that. And that's true, but you can't expect... Basically, you have to meet the movie on its own terms. If Hitchcock is not interested in making a suspense film, then you can't judge it as a suspense film. You have to look at it as what is the film actually trying to do and look at it as an individual one. You might have an expectation, but then once you get a little ways in, you should be like, oh, this is going to be a little different, and reframe how you're looking at it. That instead, this is more of a romantic comedy. The real reason the movie's bad is because it isn't very romantic and it isn't very funny. I did not like To Catch a Thief too much. It's kind of just boring and very drab. Whenever I see people talk, praise the film, it's usually just about how beautiful the main actors are and how great the French countryside looks, which is true. I like the landscape photography that's in To Catch a Thief. It's really nice. There's some cool city shots and on the beach, and that stuff is all visually very interesting. It's just that the plot is kind of unengaging. It is supremely unengaging. Also, I am not celebrity possessed, so I really don't care about how quote-unquote beautiful the main characters are. It's a guy who was a master thief. He learned how to thieverize in the First World War, I think, or the Second, I don't remember. It might have been, it was the Second World War, sorry. He was a member of the French anti-Nazi resistance. And then, after the war, he put his skills to use being a master jewel thief. He's now, quote-unquote, reformed, but there is a new jewel thief. His name was the Cat. That was his thief alter ego name. There is a new jewel thief that people think is the Cat. That's basically a copycat of his style of thieverizing. And the authorities think it's him. So he's got to get to the bottom of it and figure out who the real thief is. So a couple problems. Number one, the mystery is not much of a mystery at all. The movie has about 5 named important characters, and you can rule out about 4 of them maybe 3 of them very quickly. There is not it's not a real whodunit in any honest sense. I was as soon as we met a character, I was like, they did it. As soon as we met a character and you understood their relationship and history, I was like, it was them. It literally has to be them. Unless they're going to throw some crazy twist. There's no crazy twist. It was exactly who I thought it was. Or I guess they just introduced a new character from cat scratch, if you will. Second of all, the romantic comedy aspects they don't do it for me. The romance is kind of whatever. It's basically, he ends up... The whole deal is that he meets this guy who does insurance for people's jewelry. And he wants to get a list of who has valuable jewels in the area so that he can figure out who this new cat is going to steal from. Obviously, these are all things that set him up to be very suspicious, but that's the point. This ends up with him getting involved and meeting up with this mother and her daughter who are on vacation in France. And her daughter is they kind of, I guess, get a thing for each other. And they drive around and do picnics and stuff. And then there's a fun chase scene where the cops are chasing after him but she's driving, so he's got to tell her without giving away that they're being followed that she needs to drive faster. Also, bizarrely and uncomfortably, the road that they're driving on during this stressful scene where they almost crash several times is the exact same road where the actress who's driving died in real life. She retired there she retired there later in life, and she was driving on that exact same stretch of road and then had a heart attack and fucking died while driving. Very weird, kind of eerie. But in any event, I didn't find it very funny. I think there's attempts at humor. I don't remember any of them. I basically just wasn't that into the romance at all. And I thought it was pretty weak. And it's like the whole movie. It's like the movie basically gets sidetracked. It becomes more about the relationship between the two of them, and it's not very interesting to me. So it's whatever. Which is a shame, because the premise of like the master thief, jewel thief thing, trying to find another master thief, could have been fun. The setting is great. It just it feels like nothing interesting happens ever. The vibes are not enough to carry it for me, unfortunately. Yeah, To Catch a Thief, probably one of the films of his I've seen, definitely my least favorite. Some dog is barking outside. I watched Disclosure Day, the new Steven Spielberg film. I didn't even know that it was coming out. I feel like it didn't get marketed very much, or there wasn't a whole lot of hype for it. I don't know why. It could have just been me and the fact that I don't pay attention to ads. But the whole reason that I went to go see it is because... so my grandfather, who I mentioned earlier in the road trip story, happens to be a PhD acoustic physicist. He did a bunch of doctorate work on the ionosphere and radio stuff. And so he helped out the SETI Institute a few decades ago, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So he's like an honorary member of the SETI Institute, and he's on their mailing list. And they said, we're doing a special screening of Disclosure Day that you can come to, and we're going to do a Q&A afterwards. And he sent it to me to ask if I wanted to come along, and I said, oh, I get, free popcorn and drink voucher? Hell yeah. So I tagged along with him, and we watched Disclosure Day in a nice big comfy theater. Disclosure Day is some good Spielberging. That's my main thing. It is apparently closest to Minority Report, which I've never seen, but it's like an on-the-run thriller. And it's just kind of Spielberg making a pretty good Spielberg movie. A lot of the things that he does well are on full display, and also some of the things that might rub people the wrong way about his particular style of storytelling. It was weird for me to see a modern-looking movie with lens flares and a gray color palette and shit, but with Spielberg writing and dialogue. And I can understand why some people would be turned off of it. All of his characters talk like they're in a movie, is the best way I can describe it. They all speak in dialogue. Capital D, dialogue. And there are moments of very blatant, exposition as a character is talking. There is one guy whose whole job is just to basically give weighty sounding monologues. But that wasn't a deal breaker for me. I was able to get into it. I like Spielberg's other stuff. Who doesn't like E.T.? And so once I kind of adjusted my goggles to it, I had a really good time. It's a very fun on-the-run thriller, like I said. It's a guy, he's got information that will expose that the US has been covering up aliens. Aliens are real, and he's got to get it out there for Disclosure Day. And then he's kind of brought into contact. He kind of crosses paths with, Emily Blunt? I think that's her name. I don't know actors. Who is having some kind of weird psychic awakening because of alien stuff also. And it's fun. It's fun and tense, and there's some really good action set pieces. I would say that this is an example of the way that Spielberg does set pieces is very meticulous, but he's really good at it, and it always works on me. Basically, what he'll do is he makes it very simple and very direct. They're not high concept. It starts out as a simple thing where you're like, uh-oh, danger, or, conflict of some kind. And then he develops it out. He develops it out a little bit. And then halfway through, something else T-bones into the movie, and you get a, this is the last thing I need today kind of moment. I always think of the scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark where Indiana Jones is fighting the big meatball Nazi guy on the airplane strip. And it's like, this guy is so big, I don't think Indy can take him down. He's just going to take punch after punch. How's he going to beat him? And then Marion, I think is her name, is up on the plane wrestling with the pilot in the cockpit to try to commandeer the plane. So Indy's kind of on the ropes. And then Marion like pushes the guy out and like bumps up against the control stick or something and starts the plane up. And now there's a stage hazard has been introduced. This is what he does. He introduces a stage hazard to the game. And there's spinning airplane blades rotating around the arena. And it's like, this is the last thing I needed right now. And then, of course, that results in him like punching the Nazi guy into the blades and fucking like blundering him, which is still crazy. You don't see it, but it's so morbid. Like a great little action scene like that. This movie has one or two of those that are really memorable and where you're like watching and you're like, oh god, ooh, this is really like tense and intimate is a weird way to say it, but I feel like I'm right there in the scene with the characters. Something dangerous is happening. The stakes are clear and immediate and brutal. And then that gets developed a little bit. And then the next thing comes in and you're like, oh my fucking god, and this too? And so when the characters get out of it, it's like, Jesus, just by the skin of my teeth. Great scenes. I think the weakest part of the film is the ending. And the whole ending sequence, funny enough, the actual disclosure itself is the weakest part of the movie. So I'm going to like spoil it at this point. I would recommend it. I think it's good. And I don't think the ending's bad. I don't think the ending is bad at all. I think this is overall a really good movie. A nice Spielberg crowd pleaser. However, the whole way that the ending is handled, and now you can click off to the next thing, is just doesn't quite work for me. So they finally get to the news station and they're like, okay, it's time to plug in all the thumb drives with the footage of the aliens. And not just the aliens, but also us performing horrible experiments on them and several encounters with dead and dying aliens or aliens that we recover, giant spaceships that can't be explained any other way taking off, all this stuff, like irrefutable evidence in the movie's logic. And then it kind of descends into a fantasy world. It descends into a Spielberg fantasy world. So, okay, I can believe that via this or that, the station changes to show this footage. Fine. Let's assume that every news station decides to show, like they get it on CNN, and then every station decides to cut to this satellite footage of all of this alien stuff. You then get many, many shots of every single person in the world looking at their phones or watching TV or something like that, watching this footage. And then the implication is that this is going to change society. And I'm going to be honest with you, it would not. I mentioned earlier that this is a movie that I think could only be made by someone who has a vivid memory, or at least a memory of the aftermath of the Watergate scandal. Because there is this kind of boomer notion that when everyone finds out the truth, that the world will change. And it kind of sucks, but we just got acknowledgement that that's not actually true at all, and it's a lot more complicated than that. First of all, we live in a world with artificially generated imagery and video that basically, for all intents and purposes, anyone can make. And it kind of pisses me off because I will see a video of like a dog doing a little trick for a treat. Getting the full Halloween one too, if you will. And then in the comments, someone will go, "Is this AI?" And I'm like, "Fuck, of course it's not." But like regular, like, I don't want to say dumb people. I don't want to say that. The rubes. Regular people do not trust the things that they see on their screens anymore. A lot of them just don't. They're like, is that fake? There's been like a concerted effort to destabilize trust in all sources of information over the last like 10 to 20 years. This is like a real phenomenon. And it's like a serious problem with our society, is that we live in an increasingly lower and lower trust environment where unless we see something with our own eyes, we cannot believe that it was true. You can literally show someone a clip of someone saying something 15 years ago, and they'll say, "No, that's AI. The Democrats made that up." And I just don't see how this would change anything. Even if aliens were real, and even if everyone accepts that aliens are real, I don't think fundamentally anything about the world changes. That might be a very cynical outlook from me, but like, what? I think people just kind of go, like, they wake up the next day and they're like, they go about their day, and then like on their drive to work, they're like, "Oh, fuck, aliens are real. Huh. That's fucking crazy." And then they just keep driving to work. We live in an age of hyper-normalization where, like, massive sets of documents come out that there is a Satan-worshipping pedophile cabal that controls all levers of Western power. And they do it so that they can keep raping and eating children. And that they have set up conflicts to divert attention away from the ways in which they are strangling the average society, and that they would all love it for there to be gigantic apocalyptic level travesties to kill off like eugenically lower status people. Like, this is all just in there. There's just in there, like, the president, like, raped and killed, like, 10-year-old girls and, like, buried them under his golf course. And nothing happened. And nothing happened. That guy just got richer. Elon Musk was on email begging to go to the Rape Kids Island. And he just became the world's first trillionaire. Nothing happened. And, you know, I'm 24, and that certainly affected me in a way. I'm picturing someone 10 years younger than me. Someone who's 14 years old. Which, by the way, feels like too old. I don't know. I can't tell if that feels too old or too young. It's hard for me to... I'm like, was 10 years ago? Was I 14? That's actually crazy. That feels like too young. I don't know. But I can't imagine someone whose formative years, where they're starting to understand the way the world is, and they're like, hey, the world is run by pedophiles who want to kill and fuck you and eat you and all this shit. and they are the most rewarded people in our society, and nothing's ever going to happen, and you're fucked. And they want everyone else to die, and you're fucked. And like half the country loves them. I don't think someone who grew up like that could ever make something like the ending of Disclosure Day. Because it is such a wildly different... It's from an era in which Watergate led to Richard Nixon resigning. And like, wow, when everyone knows the truth, things will change because of the truth. And it's like, no, actually, hey, I'm going to tap my copy of Anti-Oedipus. It's because laws are derived from power. And that's like a really tricky thing. That's like a really tricky thing to navigate. And the truth is not that powerful, it turns out. So when I say it goes into like fantasy land, I mean that the ending of the film is really hard for me to take seriously. And I think that there is a world... I remember when I talked about Project Hail Mary, and I said, man, I would love to see a follow-up about what happens after the end of the movie, because I'm so interested in how this affects the world. I would kind of like to see that for Disclosure Day, because the premise, I think like a more realistic take on this premise of like, aliens are real and we know this, and everyone's like, okay, I still can't afford groceries, is like kind of interesting to me. I think that you could do something cool with that premise. Maybe I'll just write a book that just takes place like contemporaneously. And everything is like basically normal. But then in like one point, someone will offhandedly mention like, well, you know, like when we confirmed that there were aliens and all that. And they'll be like, what? Isn't that a big deal? And it was like, actually, no, to most people, not so much. A lot of people don't even have internet. And that's where the film loses me. Also, the ending itself feels like he didn't know how to end it. I get that it's like thematic, but it's like in the theater, the moment the credits rolled, someone went, that was it? That was the ending? And to be honest, I don't know how you end the movie. It's kind of like a wishy-washy, like, we gotta listen to each other, man. That's the other kind of boomer mentality thing. Like, sort of liberal boomer mentality of like, if we all just listen to each other and have an open dialogue, then things will get better. And I think I'm actually very against that idea. I think that idea is actually super wrong. In fact, I've been witnessing open dialogue for years, and it completely breaks down. It like completely, totally breaks down for a number of reasons. For one, some people are stupid, and they don't have anything worth saying in an open dialogue. Second, some people, the disagreements that many people have are so deeply rooted on like core fundamental values or fears and insecurities. Like I saw a clip earlier today of this guy. It was like, I don't have no idea what the setup is. It's this Asian fellow talking to a white fellow in a restaurant, and they're talking about something like immigration, and the white guy is clearly some kind of like neo-Nazi. And he's talking about how this is like, we can't do this because it's going to dispossess the white race of America. Like immigration is going to steal, they're going to steal America away from you. And like, it's such a, it is such an out, like it's an assumption that is so fundamentally rooted in like fear, in a completely irrational fear, that you cannot have a productive conversation with someone like that. There's actually no way to have a productive conversation or change someone's mind like that. They're just like terrified that someone else is going to do to them what they want to do to other people. And they never come to the conclusion, what if we built a world that wasn't based on doing that to other people? This is the same thing that you encounter where you get people who are like, well, we all want the same things. We just disagree on how to get there. I also kind of disagree on that premise. I think that the means can often be much more important than the end. If two people say, we want to eliminate homelessness, we want 0% homelessness in the country, you're like, that sounds great. And one person says, we're going to do that by killing every homeless person. If you become homeless for longer than 2 months, we're going to get the death squads out in the streets and we're going to kill you. Versus someone who talks about like social programs and stuff like that. Both of them say they want to end homelessness, but they actually don't want the same thing at all. It turns out that one person wants to help people get back on their feet, and the other person wants to kill homeless people. And those are two completely different ends. The end is defined perhaps entirely by the means in many cases. So when you have these conversations where people are like, we want the same thing. We just disagree on how to get there. So let's talk about it. Actually, you don't want the same thing. You don't actually want the same thing at all. The levers by which political power shift and different things come into prevalence in a country are way more complicated than, well, we just need to talk to each other. Before you even get into how bad of communicators a lot of people are. I also hate debate. I think debate is like a sport for cavemen. I will never engage in a debate on anything important. And if I do, you pull this up and use it to shame me. I'll debate about silly stuff like video games. But I swear to God, never, if I ever end up in some kind of weird like creationist debate or something about like, I don't know, fucking abortion rights, just kill me on the spot. Just do it. Anyway, Disclosure Day is pretty good. It's overall a pretty good movie. I liked it a lot. The Q&A afterwards was also very funny. One of the lead researchers from the SETI Institute just came out and people were like, how do we find aliens? And he was like, maybe if they spent like 10 million years terraforming an entire planet to be like a solar battery, we would see it from space. And I was like, yeah, like what if, man, I guess. The other day I watched a movie called Ugly Stepsister. This was just thrown on in a random Discord server, or among some friends of mine. And I watched it and I was like, all right, it was pretty interesting. Ugly Stepsister is like a Swedish movie or something. It's got subtitles. Ooh. It's got subtitles. It's like a Swedish film. It is kind of, it's an interpretation of the Cinderella fairy tale, but from the perspective of one of the ugly stepsisters, so to speak. Basically, the setup is it takes place in sort of wishy-washy, maybe like 18th century Europe. I'm not quite sure. I think it's meant to be intentionally vague, but it's kind of like fairy tale Europe. The main character it's her sister, and her mom. They move in with this guy, this man. Her mom is getting married to this man who has his own daughter. On the first night that they're there, the new dad dies of a heart attack. And then they find out that the family had no money. He was just marrying the mother for her money. I'm assuming that she was some kind of widow who inherited like her dead husband's stuff, just because of like the politics of the time, which is like an important factor in like kind of the meta of the film. The themes of the film is the gender politics of the time. He basically marries her for her money and then dies. Guess he had a bunch of debt or something, because they get completely cleaned out. By the debt collectors descend upon them and they're like, what were his assets? Oh, everything he got in the marriage. So we're going to take all that shit. The family is now completely left out to dry. The main character is this slightly funky looking girl. She is obsessed with fairy tales and like fairy tale princes, and she gets off on a real bad foot with her new Cinderella stepsister, who is very distraught and is like, fucking dad just married you for your money. There is a prince who is holding a ball, which is obviously, it's not just a celebration. This is also obviously kind of a part of the social mechanism of the day. Find out who to marry. This is an opportunity to kind of court and get in good with the prince so that, you know, your daughter might get married to him. So the main character basically locks in and says, I need to get hot. And this leads to, I'll be spoiling the film as always. I did enjoy it though. This leads to the absolute destruction of her body and life. This is a film, so Stephen King lays out the 3 kinds of horror, I think in one of his books or whatever. And he basically says that horror falls into one of 3 categories, or I guess I should say scary things, because one of the categories is called horror. Horror is quiet. It's tension and suspense. It's the building of atmosphere that puts you on edge and makes you anxious for the future. Terror is loud and in your face. It's the big clap. It's the jump scare that comes after the build-up. And then there's gross out stuff that is just repulsive. In some way, all of these prey off of our, all these play on our prey instincts for self-preservation. You know, we when things get quiet, our ears kind of get really sensitive and we look out for things. We get more on alert. The movie exploits that. When something jumps in our face, we're like, a predator. I need to get away. That's surprising. Do I need to be worried about this? And then gross things are like, don't go near a dead body. There's flies and disease kind of thing. Ugly Stepsister is a horror movie entirely in the 3rd category. It is a viscerally unpleasant, gross, painful film. I don't consider myself that squeamish. I had to look away at several points during this film because it was just, oh no. It falls into a kind of category which I'm calling, hopefully not condescendingly, woman horror, which is things that only really women have to worry about. I'd also describe this as the substance if she just raw dogged it, as in getting 18th century cosmetic surgery with no anesthetic. So, like, the first thing that happens to give you a taste is that she's like, my nose is fucked up. I need to get my nose fixed. She goes to the esthetician, and they just put a fucking chisel over her nose, like the bridge of her nose, and they get the hammer out, and they fucking bonk it, and you see it, and it's like, oh, ow, oh god, it's just so viscerally painful looking. And the effects are pretty good. There are other scenes that just involve, oh god, there's eyeball stuff, there's stomach stuff, there's just gross shit, there's limb stuff. It's real bad. It gets real bad. The meta, like, themes of the movie are... What I thought was interesting about it is that it is essentially a tragedy. It is the story of the downfall of the main character. But what I liked about it is that she is not a perfect victim. In some ways, she's kind of like several of the things that, of the way that she ends up in the movie, basically a total wreck. She fucking loses in the end. She wipes out. Washed. Some of the reasons for that are external, but some of them are internal. Some of them are her fault. And in fact, at several points, her younger sister is like, you are going way too far. this is too much. She's kind of the voice of reason. The main character refuses to listen to her. On the external, also she's just like kind of an unpleasant person to a lot of people. She refuses. She's kind of just mean to the Cinderella character for no reason. Look, they got off on a bad foot, but she basically just never attempts to salvage the relationship and basically becomes a rival to her in terms of getting the prince's affection, which probably screws her over in the end. Because, yeah, spoiler, Cinderella gets the prince. And maybe if you were in good with her, you could have gotten something out of that. But there's a lot of external factors, too. For one, there is just the gender politics of the era that it's kind of representing. Genuinely, as a woman, what the fuck is she supposed to do in this situation? And yeah, kind of the only real answer is marry into money. Marry someone who owns a business. Or, this is like her moonshot, marry the prince. She doesn't have a lot of options for personal financial stability or paying off debt. This just unforeseen bad event happens to them with the debt and the death and all that. And death and taxes at the same time. And she's like, fuck, I just gotta deal with it. And this is her, basically her grind set is destroying herself. And it's like, if she had more opportunities, maybe this wouldn't have had to have happened. There are things that, these are the situations that a woman back then would have been put into, and the kinds of decisions that they would have been forced to make. Maybe you have to marry, like, let's make it less extreme and maybe a little more realistic. Maybe you just gotta marry a guy who fucking sucks. Maybe he's abusive, but you need to stay with him for the money. If you until like the 70s, a lot of women couldn't even hold bank accounts. That's ridiculous. It's. I'm trying to come up with another word for bad, but that's what it's horribly oppressive in the system. Before you even get into, like, you know, job opportunities and things like that. The movie really effectively depicts... What boring language effectively depicts? There's some... I like the ways in which they depict her gradual downfall. One of the first things that she does after she tries to fix her nose is she's like, I need to get skinny. I need to lose weight. Which is kind of funny because, you know, she's like... They're all wearing these big, very covering, prudish dresses, very conservative dresses. But she's like, I need to lose weight. So she swallows a tapeworm egg? And the tapeworm, so that she can eat as much as she wants and not gain weight because the tapeworm's going to eat it inside of her. And throughout the movie, her stomach just keeps growling. And it's so gross. It's just that... And it's just these noises that are going on just while the scene is happening. And it's so gross. It made me feel hungry while I was watching it. It's like a yawn. But it also kind of represents this... There's some kind of void or some sort of endless hunger in her. It's like literally representative of this endless hunger she has for this goal. That is also literally killing her. If she just didn't have the fucking tapeworm, this parasite, this parasitic motivation, she could probably settle for a little less and be much happier. There are probably other ways that she could have, maybe some other things that she could have done. Again, like, maybe like having a better relationship with her sister. Or maybe just not going this far. Another thing that's really interesting is how little of the shame or pressure that she gets comes from men. The men are in the background. It's kind of this like ambient thing that the world is basically, all the political power basically rests with the men pulling the levers. But in her actual life, all the scenes, the interactions that she had, like there's never a scene where a man calls her fat or ugly or something like that. Her mom says she's ugly. And then she goes to this dance school, and she's basically told by the instructor in front of the whole class that she's a Nepo baby who doesn't deserve to be in this production, but she's giving her the spot because her mom paid for it, which is horribly embarrassing. Horribly embarrassing. Basically, she's being told that she's not actually good enough. She's like, they got this case of imposter syndrome. She's hyper self-conscious, and it's her self-consciousness, her insecurity, her guilt, the stress of what's going on in her life, all kind of swirls together into this diabolical concoction that leads to her doing a bunch of crazy shit to make herself beautiful. The ending of the film is very funny. Basically, they go to the ball. The prince actually picks her out. And then halfway through the dance, he sees Cinderella walk in with her beautiful magical dress that's given to her by the fairy godmother. And he's like, ooh, and just ditches the main character's ass for Cinderella. And the main character's like, mind you, they're in the same family. They live in the same family, in the same house. But she's like, that bitch can't win. So she finds out that the prince is like, whoever fits this slipper, the one shoe that was left behind, is my love. She's who I fell in love with. So the main character goes home. She finds Cinderella, finds the shoe, and like fucking gets a knife. She gets a butcher knife and just tries to kill her. And actually, at this point, I was like, yeah, she didn't work for that shit. Kill her. She didn't grind for it. She ends up escaping. The main character's just looking at the shoe, and she's like holding it up to her own foot, and her foot is too big. Her foot is too big to fit the shoe. And she's like, fuck it. We're on that grind. We're on that hustle. Grind or die, bitch. And she just starts hacking her toes off with a butcher knife. And it's so painful. She's on the verge of passing out. And the mom comes in and she's like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck? And she's like, I need to fit in this shoe. And the mom walks up and she looks at her. She picks up the shoe and she goes, wouldn't the prince have the left shoe? I was like, oh my God, she's so dumb. She's so stupid. The princess is gonna put the left shoe on her. She was hacking off the right foot because she had the right shoe that the fucking stepsister took home. Oh my God, she's so dumb. She's so dumb. And then her mom is like, fuck it. And then I'll do it myself. And she just cuts all of her toes off. She just hacks all of the main character's toes off. The main character wakes up in the morning. Her feet are bandaged. She can barely walk. At this point, I realized that I think just due to stress and her just general poor health from having a fucking parasite inside of her and how much trauma she's put her body through over the course of the film, stumbles. She's like, oh my God, the prince is coming through town. I need to get up. She stumbles out of bed. She can't even walk. She's just stumbling. She's crawling down the staircase. She starts sliding and can't stop and just bonk into the fucking, the corner of the staircase. She just rolls over and she's so fucked up. She's like, And you get this POV shot of Cinderella standing over her, and it's such a funny shot because the expression she gives her is just, what the fuck? It's this like disgust, but also pity, where she's like, they've had so little contact, so little interaction for most of the movie. She's just like, oh my God, what a fucking dumb loser. Like, I feel bad for you, but you're also stupid. And she just walks off. And the prince just like, is like, she just lives off with the prince. She just gets the prince. And the main character, the ugly stepsister, it basically becomes like a fairy tale witch. She's like an old crone. She's like hobbling. She's dressed like a granny. Her hair's falling out. Her teeth and nose are all fucked up from smashing into the wall. It's a little fairy tale. So it's like, oh, okay, that's how that happened. It's not. It gets a pass to not be super realistic. One just face bang might not necessarily fuck your whole face up, but it's a fairy tale, sure. And she just has to go live as basically like an old recluse at the young age of like 15 or however old she is. probably closer to 19, something like that. Maybe actually probably younger. Maybe 17 or something like that. People got married pretty young back then. So it's like, you see what I mean, right? She is not a perfect victim by any means. You feel bad for her. There are a lot of extraneous reasons and personal character flaws that caused her to go down this route. So you feel like it's more like, wow, the external situation, the external factors that led to this are like bad societally. She should have had other options. There should have been like, shit happens, like the start of the whole setup of the movie is just like, well, shit happens, but she should have had other opportunities to pick her family up, or her family shouldn't even, it's fucked up that she as like a child even has to worry about this. But also a lot of this could have been avoided, and the plan is fucking dumb. Also, the plan is fucking dumb. What does she think is going to happen? Let's say that she does fit the shoe. What does she think is going to happen? I realize this. Does she think the prince is going to like see her and not recognize her as being the one girl he was dancing with before he saw the mystery Cinderella girl? Why does he think that they're just identical twins or something? He's going to be like, no, it can't be you. I was literally dancing with you when I saw they're different heights. The two girls are different heights. If you're doing ballroom dancing with someone, you're right up against them. That's probably one factor you would remember. What the hell? What does she think is going to happen? Like, it's just a disaster. It's just a descent into disaster. But I liked it. It was very effective. It was a type of horror that you don't see too often. There's no jump scares. There's no spooky, scary, slow, tense moments. It's just sheer unpleasantness and confronting you with something that is horrifying in a more social way. In like a social and personal way. It was good. Ugly Stepsister. Kat and I went to go see Toy Story 5. We're almost to video games, don't worry. I actually have quite a bit of video game talk. We went to go see Toy Story 5. I somewhat controversially kind of enjoyed Toy Story 4 more than 3. But I do remember saying that Toy Story 4 felt like more like an episode of the Toy Story TV show. We saw 5 in theaters. And during it, I was thinking, this feels like an extended episode of the Toy Story TV show. And then the moments the credits started rolling, Kat turned to me and we were chit-chatting, and the first thing that she said about the movie was, remember when you called Toy Story 4 an extended episode of the Toy Story TV show? That's what 5 feels like. Not a bad film. That's not to say it's bad. It's just significantly less ambitious than the previous ones. Even by 4. Even 4. Is it the weakest of the series? Maybe, I guess. But it's by no means a bad movie. It's just like... This could have been... Did this have to be a movie? Why did the movie have to exist? I think that's a good place to start. You look at anything that comes out and you think, why did this have to exist? And it's fine for something to exist just to be a sequel. There's a million Godzilla films. I love Godzilla movies. I don't mind that they're just made because, well, we should make a Godzilla movie again. But the previous Toy Story movies, especially the first 3, were made because, like, they had an idea and they had a story they really wanted to tell. And I'm discounting, like, even good Godzilla movies. Let's just put them in a box for now. Let's just put them in a box. Because I like Godzilla movies a lot. And I think that they have actually a lot to offer. But let's just put them in a box for a second. And say that those are just made just because. Toy Story movies, the first 3, I feel like were made because they had a story that they wanted to tell that fit the technology and the time and just, the inspiration. Being very uncharitable to the film, I would say that, like, the first 3 movies, and I also don't even like the third one that much, but I can at least acknowledge that they're all about something. Okay, they're talking toy movies. Toy Story is a movie about toys who talk. But really, it's a movie about... There's more going on. It's a movie about this and that. The relationships between Buzz and Woody, and adapting to change, accepting change in all of its various forms. It's more than that. Toy Story 5 is a movie about toys who talk. And the theme feels more like the lesson of the episode than something more ambitious. It's not really saying anything about life in the way that the first 3 were, or even kind of the 4th one. I liked the themes of parenthood in the 4th one. I thought that, like, okay, that it kind of won me over with that. I thought that stuff was interesting. Woody kind of taking on the role of a parent, the way that toys kind of see their own kids off. I feel like the earlier films almost feel they have more of a dynamic of children being abandoned by parents, and 4 almost flips that on its head, where it's parents having to accept, being an empty nester and moving on. 5 is a movie about how technology can be bad for kids and causes a lot of stress for them, but if you use it responsibly, it can be helpful. And you got to know who your friends are. And that's not a bad message. It's honestly probably pretty good. And I'm sure a lot of kids... Look, I grew up with the internet. I grew up with fucking Kik chat rooms. I imagine this is useful to a lot of kids, and it's relevant to a lot of parents who are dealing with this stuff, who haven't grown up with technology, and it's just, they don't know how to parent with that in the picture. But very clearly, there's, like, a difference, right? There's a difference in scope between the two of those. That's why I call it a less ambitious movie. But it's not bad. It's also very Jessie focused, which I think is nice. We've had, like, basically 4 movies of Woody action. that might sound weird. Although one of my complaints about the 4th film was that Woody got really sidelined in terms of being able to do stuff. He got girl powered out. The 5th one feels a lot like a Jessie movie, and I think that's fine. It feels like Wooly has... Oh my god. Not Wooly. Not Wooly Madden of the Wooly versus stream. Okay. I swear to God, I got enough sleep and I ate and everything. Like, I feel good. Maybe I'm just talking too much. Woody's had a pretty complete feeling character arc. And I guess Buzz has too. So I feel fine with them just kind of hanging around and being what I guess you'd call flat characters, and pushing the development and the character arcs more towards like Jessie, who's been around and done stuff, but this movie really gives a spotlight to her and has her go through some stuff and become different. And that's all cool. It's all well and good. I think it's pretty well executed, except for one thing. Spoilers. So there's a point in the movie where Jessie goes back. She ends up back at the farmhouse where her original kid grew up. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't think we've seen this before. This is kind of an interesting opportunity for drama and some catharsis. It's been so long that original kid is like now an adult, and there's a new family living there. And Jessie is kind of like going through this weird thing of like, it's her room, but it's not her room. And that was kind of interesting. Like I have not visited the place that I grew up. I've never had a chance to go back to Chicago and like look at my old childhood home, but I imagine it would probably feel kind of weird, you know? It's kind of my house, but it's really someone else's house now. And that kind of connection to a space is kind of like an interesting it's a little side thing. It's not a huge part of the film. But basically, Jessie's at this point where everything's fucking up. None of the plans have worked. And because they're trying to, honestly, the movie gets like the movie kind of like really spreads out. It never like falls apart or gets too messy, but it feels like there's just a lot of stuff going on, and it feels like they kind of knew how simple the plot was at a basic level, and they were like, oh fuck, we need to add more stuff. We need to add more conflicts. And it doesn't quite feel padded because everything works out. Everything ties up nicely, but it just kept going. I was trying to like, what is the main problem of the film? It's that they're trying to get a friend for Bonnie, the new little girl who was introduced at the end of 3 and then was in 4 and is now in 5. Bonnie is getting a little older, and they introduced tech to her house, and it's affecting the way that she's growing up and making friends. And Jessie is trying to get her a real friend. And the plans keep failing, and eventually, in total dejection, she goes out to the hill where her original kid first played with her, and she's visiting it for the first time, and just kind of like, fuck. And she's like, I'm of no use. I'm useless. Toys are over. Billions must device. Billions must doom scroll. And then, like, this big horse comes around, and she sees something in the ground. Okay, here's the thing. She sees that a heart has been carved into the tree trunk. And it's like, it says Jessie inside, like Emily plus Jessie inside. And she was like, that's weird. And she has this horse dig up. She sees something in the dirt, and the horse digs something up. And it's a lunchbox. And they open the lunchbox, and it's kind of almost like a time capsule. I don't know why it was there, but it's like addressed to Jessie. And you're like, this is weird. Did Emily write a letter to her toy? And then you flip the photo around, and it's a picture of Emily as an adult woman with her young daughter. And the other shoe drops, and you realize Emily named her daughter after her first toy, which is fucking weird. I looked at Kat, and that was the moment that we both looked at each other and went, what? Like, it really lost us on that. At least me. What the fuck? What? That is so weird. What? What? Why is no one in this world normal about toys? Why is no one normal about their toys? Andy is like a 19-year-old, spends 20 minutes playing with every single toy, being a fucking weirdo in front of this little girl. Emily names, like, really? That was it? It's because it meant that much to... Okay. It's just so weird to me. I have such a hard time buying that. That's just really bizarre. I guess it could happen, but I have such a difficult time wrapping my head around someone who would do that it like takes me out of the movie. Like, I feel like it would have been much easier and less, I don't know, immersion breaking if they had just made it so that like she got her daughter a Jessie toy. Which I know that they're, like, supposed to be rare or something. I'd say it was a reproduction. Or she sought out an original, you know? Something like... I don't know. Something like that. That she went the extra mile to get her daughter the same... I mean, that's a little weird, too. Is like... You're gonna play with the same toys I did when I was your age. But at least it would have been like, no, she cares. She cared a bit. It was just weird. I did not like that part. That was really strange. As a side note, everyone in the Toy Story universe, and this is something that really started with 4, it feels like certain nitty-gritty plot moments have a little bit of contrivance sprinkled in to sort of kind of grease the wheels of the plot. There's a lot of instances that I don't remember from the first 3 movies. There's a lot of instances in the 4th and the 5th one where the toys just do something or go somewhere or do something different that is like that the people, like their human owners, did not put them there. And then they find them again, and they're like, that's weird. How did they end up there? And actually, that did happen once or twice. It happens at, like, the end of Toy Story 1, but it's, like, once. It happens maybe, like, once a movie. I don't even think it happens a single time in Toy Story 3. And there's a lot of effort given towards the toys, like, not giving any indication or raising any kind of suspicion that they're alive. And then in 4 and 5, it just happens like all the time. They're just always jumping into backpacks or hopping in or hopping out or doing like being very, very active in the plot around human beings and altering events, like having a lot of effect on events that are happening. And the humans just go, okay. Like no one seems to really mind. I think that here's an idea for Toy Story 6. The humans start to catch on to all of this weird stuff that keeps happening with their toys, and they bring in like an exorcist. They're gonna do like a paranormal activity, and they're gonna try to raise the spirits from the toys. and then Woody's spirit leaves him, and he goes into like a dog or something. I don't know. I think that would be fun. It turns into like an Annabelle movie. Yeah, Toy Story 5, it's good. It's well executed, but it's not like the potential ceiling of the film is not that high, if that makes sense. It doesn't reach that high, and it nails it. Also, Conan's in it. Conan's actually a very good voice actor. He's good. Speaking of voice acting, I guess, I finished Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. I gave an update on it last time, and I finished it. I've had it finished for a while, and I went through all the patch content as well. So I'm officially in Stormblood. I'm doing a little bit of like in between, checking out some jobs and stuff. So I haven't really started the Stormblood story yet. I haven't even gone to the new zones. I'm basically just at the precipice. Let's just say Heavensward endgame. Heavensward is really good. It's really strong. It's got a couple cons, but for the most part, it was a very strong expansion. The whole premise of Heavensward is that you're now like political refugees in Kurthus. You're seeking asylum there after what happened at the very, very end of A Realm Reborn. And you end up getting mixed up in the whole Dragon Song War, the conflict between the people of the land and the dragons, which started ages and ages ago. And you got to figure out a way to broker peace between them. Okay, cool. Strong setup, strong motivation for us to do some hero stuff. And I think that Heavensward really succeeds in a way that A Realm Reborn didn't in storytelling. A Realm Reborn has the drawback of being very expository. At least the first half of the plot in Realm Reborn is just introducing you to the various locations and factions and big players and concepts of the world. And then, in like the last 40% of the game, the plot really kicks in and it gets pretty interesting. And everything kind of comes together and then there's like momentum and it feels good. Heavensward has a bit of a slow start because you got to go to the new zones and do some stuff and see what's going on with some of the conflicts. Introducing you to the conflict, the introductory part, little slow. But once you really get in, and you get in much faster to the real plot, you get into it a lot faster. It's really interesting because it just focuses on a core group of characters. It's you, Alphanod or Alphanode. People always fucking change how they pronounce it. Some voice actors don't say it the same way. Someone's gonna get on my fucking case about that, or the way I say Ishtola. They say Ishtola, and some people say Yishtola. There's no consistency. I say Alphanod. That's how I read it. Alphanode. It's you, Alphanod, and then two sort of new characters. They were set up in Realm Reborn, technically. Estinian, the Azure Dragoon, whose whole deal is that he wants to fucking kill dragons. His entire job is to be really good at killing dragons. And then Izael, aka Lady Iceheart, who is a rebel leader who believes in peace between humans and dragons, and that there is that long ago humans and dragons used to live in peace, which directly contradicts the official church doctrine of Ishgard, which is that the humans just came in, or I guess they're all like elf people. They call themselves man, like human. I guess human is just the general term in this world for people. Because it sounds loftier when you write like that. Also because basically human beings are called Hures and not humans. In any event, their story, the official story, is the dragons just attacked us for no reason. And then you go into and then Izael is like, actually no, they lived in peace and harmony for hundreds of years, and then the humans betrayed them. And now that's why the war started. That's why the war started. The humans started it. But she believes in that peace can be restored again, which is why she basically idolizes Shiva, who is like, in the lore of the FF14 world, Shiva was like a human woman who fell in love with a dragon, and they're like a symbol of peace, and he ended up eating her, but it was cool actually. So and she adores her so much that she has like studied her and made some kind of like psychic connection to her spirit so that she can literally transform into her. And you have one of the best boss fights in A Realm Reborn. So this is your little ragtag group, and there's obvious interesting stuff. You spend like a good chunk, like at least half or at least like 40% of the game's story, just essentially on a big hike with them, going through the Dragonlands, talking to people, talking to dragons, and having lots of little trifles. Azael and Estinian butt heads constantly, but they slowly over time gain a bit of respect for each other. It really changes when you get to one of the zones with architectural proof of the bond between humans and dragons. And Estinian's basically goes through a silent character change where he's like, later on you're making camp and he's like, that shit really affected me. Like, he didn't say anything at the time, but he's like, he goes, yeah, I'm actually like kind of going through a lot right now, but I'm not like making a big deal out of it, but this is really fucking up my whole worldview. And he's still like fucking dragons, but he's like changing, and he's changing as a person. And that stuff is great, and it's really engaging. The second half of the plot is really carried by Amaric, in my opinion, who is a noble guy of one of the houses in Ishgard. But he's a G. He's really cool. And he's like a sensible, non-corrupt nobleman who is interested in, once he learns about the truth, is interested in, he just accepts it, and he's like, oh, you have proof? Oh, okay, cool. Well, we got to change society now. Like, our society is basically built on a lie. The whole class system that is like hammered into you in the early parts of the expansion, our whole class structure and the upper and lower classes is basically built on a lie. We should change this. He's cool. I've said in the when I was talking previously about the game is that 14's story tends to be a series of talking to people and then doing a dungeon. But when the talking is good, I don't mind. And here, the talking is good, for the most part. Again, couple slow parts of the story. There is one snag. Okay, there's like two snags. There's two significant snags that the story hits. It feels like, okay, they planned out the content roadmap for the expansion. And they said, we're going to do 6 new zones. And like a city, a new capital city. We're going to do a capital city and 6 zones. But they only had enough story for like 5 of those zones. So it has to be a certain length, but there's not enough like to happen within that length. So first of all, the story feels like what gets really sidetracked in resolving how the Realm Reborn patch content ended and all the stuff in Thanalan and all the political stuff, and it is very unsatisfying. And I think that's kind of the point. The point is that sometimes politics sucks ass and a total scumbag gets off, but we can't really do anything about it, and now technically things are better. But also, it's like, that was lame. I wanted to see Raban punt that little piece of shit across the field. I love Raban. Short people ain't got no reason to live. That's a Randy Newman song, by the way. Go look up Short People by Randy Newman. Fucking crazy. Guy had a bone to pick. That's how I feel looking at all the asshole Lalafels in this game. So that's like a kind of unsatisfying tangent. Okay. And then you get to like the 5th zone, and like, okay, so something really big happens, and it's like, we need to get to this big floating island. It's literally, they do Laputa Castle in the sky. We need to get here, but there's like a barrier around it. We need to find a way to get through the barrier, which is like the third time that this has happened in Final Fantasy XIV, and the second time this expansion, by the way. We need to find a way to get through the big storm. And the way that they accomplish this involves, it feels like time is of the essence. That was like my reading of it. And then you just get sidetracked on like this whole big tangent about like getting Ishtola back, and fucking like part of it is you have to run around Gridania and pick up materials so that Tataru can make her a new set of clothes. And I'm like, guys, aren't like the villains going to get the big MacGuffin thing? Are we feeling any sense of urgency? And then the fifth zone, it just feels like so, oh my god. And it sucks because the prospect of going to Charlian is really exciting. There's all of these characters. So like the Garlean Empire, the big kind of overarching villains of the game, of the whole MMO story, cause a lot of problems via their imperialist expansion colonialism, right? They displace a bunch of people, cause a bunch of political problems. The Alamigo people are like a constant kind of thing in the background of like, these are people that got displaced. The people from Doma are, are struggling against the Garleans. And several of the characters are from Charlian, which was displaced and conquered by the Garlean Empire. So the prospect of, going back to Charlian, but like some of its ruins of its ancient cities, that's really cool. That's a really cool idea. We get to finally see this location that's been kind of built up. But the way it's implemented just feels so fillery. It feels so fillery, and also it's split across two. I don't actually know what the technical thing is. I don't know if like the zone refers to the whole region or just like the actual loaded in area. For the purposes of this, I'm going to say that the zone like is Charlian, but Charlian is like two big maps separated by a loading screen. And the main map, so there's one that's more of like a settlement city. The main map sucks to navigate. It's basically a horseshoe shape, but there's like a bridge at the top. And at the bottom, it looks like it should connect, but it actually doesn't. And you can like walk too far down a cliff and you can't get back up. And you gotta go peanut butter and jelly the long way around if you want to get back around, which happened to me several times. You have to keep going back to this fucking cave to talk to Ishtola's teacher. You gotta go back and forth and back and forth. And this, I would say, negatively compounds with... and there's no aetherite. There's no aetherite crystal there. You cannot just teleport there. You first have to teleport to the town map, and then just go south to one of the two loading zones, which both end up at the same like big main horseshoe map, but on different sides. It negatively compounds with one of the changes made to flying and how mounts work. So in A Realm Reborn, you got flying when you finished the main story. When you finished the 2.0 and you beat the last boss, you unlocked flying in every zone, in every map, with every mount. From Heavensward onward, they change how they give you flying to now being a exploration / story progress / side quest thing. They have these things called aether currents, and you need to unlock all of the aether currents to get flying in a zone. You unlock aether currents they're like one of two ways. They're in like two categories. Either by finding them in the world and attuning to them, and once you find all of them, you have to find all of those, and then there are aether currents you unlock by doing quests. Some of them are side quests, some of them are main quests. And you need to get all of them. And there'll be like 8 or 9 or 10 per zone sometimes. And you're going to be spending a lot of time walking around, or I guess, on your mount because it's faster. You're going to spend a lot of time on your mount just huffing it on foot without the benefits of flying to just circumnavigate terrain. And oh my god, Charlian just sucks to navigate without flying. It really sucks. Once I finally unlocked it, it made it bearable to at least just be able to like fly across the big lake in the middle. Like, okay, cool. But yeah, until that point, oh my god, it was such a pain in the ass. And it just felt like a diversion, and like, dude, it feels like time should be of the essence. Why am I helping the goblin deliver scrap metal? Do I have to be doing this now? Why are we doing busy work? Why are we collecting bear pelts? And then the last zone is good, and then it brings it back. The last zone is really good. The final boss is great. The final boss completely won me back. The character you fight, the form they take, the references to prior Final Fantasy games, it just hit me in all the right spots. I think 14 is really tasteful in its references. You always... So, like, I have a friend who he's put a decent amount of time into 14. I think went up, stopped at Shadowbringers, has never played any other Final Fantasy game. And he's perfectly able to appreciate things and not, something being a reference doesn't hamstring it at all, or like make you feel like you're not getting a joke. It's always very like, oh, the fucking warring triad from Final Fantasy VI, and oh, it's because like we're on the floating continent. That's cool. This is it's a reference, it's an homage to something. But you could go through that and just think like, okay, yeah, there's 3 statues of like 3 god demon things. Cool. And it never sticks out to you that, oh, is this from something else? They make reference, they referenced Mog from Final Fantasy VI a couple times, which I popped off for. I didn't pop off. I pointed at the screen. I won't be so dramatic. So it brings it back, and then the patch content is honestly quite good. I like the patch content as well. It does the sort of thing where you feel like you're playing a lot of interstitial episodes that don't necessarily have a ton of weight. The first 3 patches feel like it eventually then kind of circles back into, okay, well, now this is important, and I'm invested, and I'm interested to see where this goes. And we're going to wrap up some of these plot points. Some of the logical plot points of problems that would occur as a result of how the base game ended. The base expansion ended. Okay, now we're going to see the fallout of that. Some people aren't a fan of this or that. Conflicts happen. We got to deal with it. And then, like, there's a really interesting episode in the middle of, like, near the end of that, like, or like after that feels like it sets up some neat stuff, and I enjoyed a lot of it. There's like a genuine like Star Trek ethical dilemma that's really fascinating, and it's good. The gameplay is good. The bosses were fun. The new zones look beautiful. Like Charlian, I just ragged on how ass it is to navigate. I love the aesthetic. It looks really excuse me. It looks awesome. It's very distinctive. It's big rolling green hills with kind of ruined architecture that is... It's a little Greek, like ancient Greek, but it's way more like white marble domes and stuff like that. And then there's the big lake in the middle. It's distinct and cool, and I was like... describing it to my friend, and he couldn't remember what Charlian was, and then I described like a couple little features of it, and he was like, oh, that place, yeah. Like, it's very memorable. Ishgard, I think, is my favorite capital city in the game. It's just, the vibes are just awesome. I think I talked about this last time. I just love the gothic castle town aesthetic. The snow that's always falling. It's great. The Sea of Clouds is so cool. I want an entire game that's just set in like floating island clouds. I want Skyblock. Awesome, really cool looking zone. I was a big fan of that. And I've been talking for a while. The Dravanian, the whole like dragon country with like the big trees and all that was really cool. The final zone that's like the big floating continent that's a bunch of crazy ancient Forerunner magical technology was cool. Has a great like really distinct aesthetic. Breaks the game up a lot. Visually it's great. The plot for the most part is really good. Very it hooked me in. I care quite a bit about these characters. Here's something interesting. We're going to talk about character deaths. And I've already spoiled like a decent amount of the game, so I'll be talking about it, the rest of it here. If you don't care, skip to the next part. So there are 2 significant character deaths in Heavensward. One of them is a guy named Horchefant. Horchefant is one of the first people who takes you in A Realm Reborn. So I think you established a relationship with him earlier in ARR when you go a little further north to like the, what is it? The Kurthus Highland? Whatever it is. Like the part of Kurthus that's in ARR. You can meet him there. You're introduced to him there, and then at the end, when you become a political refugee, he takes you in. He sets you up with one of the noble houses, the Fortons, and you find out that he was like a kind of low-born guy who worked his way up to be part of one of the noble houses, and he's a grinder, and he's nice. He's cool. He's your friend. The other one is unfortunately Ezael. Ezael is this rebel who has done a lot of bad things. They don't go into like super gory detail, but it's implied she's done a lot of bad things. She has gotten a lot of people killed. Maybe even, I think, did they say children? She's responsible for some kind of bad shit as a part of her political radicalism. But it's in service to this kind of dream she has of overthrowing the Ishgardian government and in like revealing the truth and making and changing things. She's a revolutionary. And she's done some bad stuff over the course of her life. And a lot of people hate her for it. During the course of the game, you go to meet Hraesvelgar, who was the dragon that Shiva fell in love with, and Ezael is like, I idolize your dead wife so much that I can like incarnate as her, basically. I can channel her spirit. And Hraesvelgar is like, no, you can't. And she insists, and he's like, no, I literally can feel her spirit. You are not her. You're not Charles Barkley. You're just some wannabe that looks like him. And he basically tells her, what you're saying is nonsense. That can't happen. I don't know what you got into, but it's some kind of demon that has misled you into thinking that it's Shiva. And this revelation crushes Ezael. It makes her completely rethink her entire sense of self, why she's done anything, and what she's lived for, basically. Her whole world is basically torn down by Hraesvelgar's revelation. Later on, when you're trying to get to the floating continent, you are attacked by a Garlean airship, and Ezael basically rides in on the sky on Hraesvelgar's back, jumps off of him, and transforms mid-air to fuck up the airship. It's awesome, and she's basically... I can't believe they didn't play Oblivion, because it's like... Oblivion is about this moment. If you listen to the lyrics of her actual theme, it's about this moment. It's about I'm not scared of dying anymore. It's literally like the thoughts that she's having before she does this. She's resolved herself to at least make something of her life, and if she dies, like, so be it. So she fucks up the ship. She does a bunch of crazy ice magic stuff. And as it's going down, she basically gets like a super mega blast. And that does it. That basically does her in. She falls through the clouds, explodes into aether, and dies. And I was pissed off. Later in the game... No, this happens earlier. Sorry. Earlier in the game, you find out... You're like, Amaric goes to confront the Pope, who's actually secretly his father. It's kind of an open secret. And is like, we need to become clean with the people. That we can't be oppressing them. Because our whole class system that's based off of, like, the noble houses, it's all a lie. The original king killed there was a bunch more... Basically, they find out that essentially everyone who can trace their family back to the founding of the nation is descended from one of the original, like, essentially round table knights. And they're like, the fact that some people are so quote unquote lowborn because of that is wrong, and it's inaccurate, and we need to establish equality. And so obviously his dad, the Pope, locks him up and is gonna try to kill him because fuck you, we have to maintain power. You go on this rescue mission. At the end of it, Pope Dad and some guys are escaping on an airship. Someone tries to snipe you with magic from a spire. Horsefant jumps in front of you, takes the hit with his shield. It goes right through the shield, impales him. He dies. And he's like, it's fine. He drops the classic line. He says... A smile better... Like, don't cry. A smile better fits a hero, I think. And then he dies. And I'm gonna be honest, I did not care that much. This is apparently a highly controversial opinion to have in the Final Fantasy XIV community. I think that people in the 14 community are just like big crybabies. Everyone talks about how traumatic the story is and how much they cry at all of it. And I genuinely don't know what they're talking about. It's good. It's really well written at several points. It's very engaging. There's some great characters and some effective emotional moments. But, like, traumatic? Like, okay, come on. Come on. Sorry if I'm being dismissive towards your feelings. I just... really would not take it that far. And Horsefant's death is one of those moments that is like sacred to the community that I just don't really get. And I realize when reading through people's thoughts on his death versus Izael's, I found Izael's death very affecting. I didn't cry, but I felt bad. I felt really bad. And it hit me a lot harder. And I was like, why do people focus on the Horsefant death? Izael is like a way more interesting character. And I realized that there is a divide, perhaps between the way that I and some other people get invested into characters. So for some people, and there's probably other people who agree with me, I'm just talking like I'm the only person who goes through this in the world. For a lot of people, Horsefant's death is more effective because he was a better overall person. I always thought Horsefant was a little boring. He was nice, and he was your guy, he was your bro, and he helped you out, but I just was never that interested in him. Ezale, it's like when he died, I was like, yeah, I mean, that's in character for him. It's not sad. Just didn't feel that much. When Ezale died, I thought she's a significantly more interesting character. She's much grayer as well, but she's got a lot more going on, and she is just more intriguing. She's more interesting to learn about. And so losing her is not just like, it's sad that she sacrificed herself. It's also that like, this is an interesting character who I won't get to see more of. And that's a real bummer. And apparently, a lot of people are the exact opposite of me. If a character, like, just a character being nice isn't really enough to get me to care about them, if they're nice in a particularly engaging way, or they show themselves to be a good person. I think of, like, Roderick from Berserk. Roderick is a great character who, up to now, has not had much going on. But I think he's really funny, because Berserk is a series where every authority figure and everyone of high social status is a complete bastard piece of shit. They are all the most scumfuck, corrupt assholes ever. And everything in the Berserk world is just absolutely fucked because of them, because they are so corrupt. And there's this whole plot where, oh my god, I keep wanting to call her Ferris because of, like, the Final Fantasy character. Oh my god, why can't I remember her name? She's getting arranged married to this guy. And the main characters are like, we have to stop this from happening. And they show up, they crash the party. And they're like, you aren't gonna marry her. And he's like, what? And then she's like, yeah, I really don't want to get married to you. And he's like, oh, you don't? Why didn't you just say so? And she's like, what? And he goes, yeah, I'm not gonna, like, make you get married if you really don't want to. I would never like, I like you, but I wouldn't. It's just a political marriage, you know? If you really don't, if it's that big of a deal, I won't, we don't have to. And everyone's like, oh, okay. And then demons, like, flood the city, and he's like, do you guys want to, I have a boat, do you guys want to escape on my boat? And they do, and he never betrays them or anything, and he's just along for the ride, and he's just like a genuinely chill guy. Which, like, the whole time you've been reading Berserk, this handsome nobleman shows up, and you're like, oh, when's he gonna turn? And he just never does. He's just, like, a genuinely nice guy. And if he died, because he's interesting in the context of the story, I think I'd be sad about that. I'd be pretty sad about that, because I was invested in him. I just wasn't that invested in Horchafont. You spent so much time with Ezale. On the road, you know, talking to Astinian, changing his mind about things. And, like, she's a cool character, and she deserved better. My girl Ezale. I think this is just a divide that I have with certain other people who, I don't know, how the way that we consume stories. I think it's interesting. Yeah, I enjoy. Okay, so I'll give a caveat. When I played through Heavensward, I kind of like to do a thing where when I'm playing through an expansion, my idea is, and I've only played through the base game and Heavensward at this point, but I kind of want to do a thing where I play through the story on one of the new jobs that was added in that expansion. And for Heavensward, I decided on Dark Knight, because I've heard that in Shadowbringers, the Dark Knight has one of the best plots. Sure, okay, I'll check that out. I'll do some Dark Knighting. I like tanking in 14. Let's have a ball. Unfortunately, at least to level 60, Dark Knight is a very boring job. It's a boring tank. If you've played any other tank, you've played Dark Knight. And it's a shame because it Dark Knight is a very flavorful job in the context of the Final Fantasy. They sacrificed their own life points to get access to powerful spells and damage boosts and stuff like that. And that's a fun, flavorful mechanic that you could work into like a tank class. Oh, how do you do that? Maybe there's some kind of drain tank or something like that. And yeah, you kind of do. You don't, for some reason, there's no health costs in Dark Knight. It feels like a really weird flavor miss for the job. Other than that, Dark Knight is a completely standard tank. It is a basic tank. You have a 3-hit combo. You have a 2-hit AoE combo. You've got some damage mitigation buffs. Okay, well here's the big mechanic. Here's the job gauge that you get for Dark Knight. The dark hold meter or whatever. So here's the thing. You press a button to do an attack. And then when you do that attack, you get a damage boost for 30 seconds. That's the whole thing that the class has going on. That's its only gimmick. Isn't it? That's so cool sounding. The one neat thing they have is their invulnerability equivalent. Every tank job has some kind of invuln move. For Dark Knights, theirs is very unique. It's called Living Death. And it makes it so that once you pop it, you basically get this status for 10 seconds. And if you die, if your HP hits 0 in that time, you become like a zombie. And you start at like 1 health or 0 health, and you can't die. And the healer has to heal you back up. Which is cool. It's probably the worst invuln in the game. But flavor-wise, it's really cool. I never had to use it a single time. I've never used it once. Because none of the content that you do for the main story is ever hard enough to warrant it. Even some of the difficult content, like the hard mode stuff, not hard enough to warrant using it. So, that probably dampened my enjoyment a little bit. For Stormblood, I'm a little caught between Samurai or Red Mage. I think I might just go with Red Mage, because Red Mages are super cool. I've always had a real love for that job. And I'll probably give an update when I'm through Stormblood in a while. I just leveled up Monk to 50 for fun. And it's like fine. It's a perfectly fine job. It does not feel good until level 50. Let me tell you what, it is not a great feeling job until 50. Yeah, other than that, Heavensward, good expansion. I can see why so many people say that the game picks up at this point. You can feel them learning a lot of lessons from both A Realm Reborn and the making of Heavensward. So, I'm excited to see where the story goes from here. Okay. I played a game called Graveyard Keeper on a whim. I think I got it for free. Because there's like a sequel coming out, so as a promotion, they put it for sale on... They put it on sale for free. And well, I can't beat free. Besides free with a blowjob. So, I downloaded it knowing basically nothing about it. And was very surprised to learn that it's like a Stardew thing. Yeah, it's a Stardew Valley type of thing. But with not, you don't really do there are farming mechanics, but you're doing like, it's more of a game about crafting. Yeah, it's more a game about crafting and getting upgrades than it is about farming. It's a busy work game. Your character dies, you get put in charge, you kind of get reborn, you are isekai'd into a world where you are a graveyard keeper. So you gotta bury the bodies, you gotta treat them, you gotta perform like autopsies on them, you gotta maintain a church, you have a house where you can chop down wood and craft things and all sorts of stuff. There's NPCs that you can talk to. There's no dating as far as I'm aware, but you do at the very least. You have relationships with them that progress as you do quests for them. There's a time of day system, and it progresses through the week, and different NPCs have different schedules. You can go fishing. You can do It's just like a bunch of shit. It's a bunch of shit to make you do busy work. And if you need a bunch of shit to do busy work, it's probably pretty good. There's a lot of waiting. I would sometimes spend several hours on a session and feel like I didn't get much of anything done at all because of how much your goals just instantly splay out into 1 million different paths. There is so much to do. There's so much to unlock, and you are just constantly hitting barriers of, okay, I need to get this thing on the tech tree. I need to go find this thing. I need to get this thing for this guy, but I gotta wait until Sunday for him to show up. You're just doing a lot of waiting. You got a stamina bar, and you can fix your stamina you can replenish it by sleeping in bed, but that means you have to walk all the way back home. So you take food out into the field to go do stuff, but then you run out of food. You got to make more food, and then it's just constant upkeep and management. It reminds me a lot. This might sound strange because I wouldn't say that they belong to the same genre. Most people wouldn't say that they belong to the same genre, but I think of the game Satisfactory, and it kind of belongs. They do this similar thing where they're games that use frustration and friction as what I'll call a ludic device to pay off later. Like, the player generally wants to... The common wisdom is to make it easy for the player, smooth for the player to get into the game and start doing stuff. But these games say, oh, no. You're going to run into a roadblock. You're going to run into really annoying stuff, sometimes in the form of literal roadblocks. There's like this whole underground layer beneath the house that connects to the church under the graveyard, and there's stuff there. There's like it's like the church basement, and then there's like a shortcut that leads to town, and this whole layer underneath the ground, but a bunch of it is blocked off by actual just rubble roadblocks. And how do you clear them out? Well, you need to do some crafting for some reason. You need some materials to remove the rubble. One of the materials is locked off to you until you get to a certain point on the tech tree. And getting to that point on the tech tree requires you to get a specific resource, one of 3, which is difficult to get early in the game. And so there's just all this busy work. And this whole time, whenever you want to go from one location to the other, you got to go all the way back up and all the way back down and all the way back up and over here and then go back down. And it's so painful. It's so annoying and tedious. And then you finally get all the shit. You upgrade the thing. You make the materials. You walk down. You have enough stamina. You clear out the rubble for every single pile, every single blockage down there. And then, now we're really cooking with gasoline. The wheels of this operation have been greased. And it's so easy to do things now. It's so easy. Oh my God. Oh, now I want to play even more. Because now it's so convenient. And it's like a weird little like mental trap. I'm describing this game in sinister terms, but I don't necessarily think it's bad. It's just this is the kind of game that it is. And if that sounds tedious and annoying and lame to you, I can't really do anything about it. And to be honest, once I'd played a couple sessions and I got to a certain, I basically set like a landmark for myself. And once I achieved that, I basically lost all interest in the game. Because I said, I just don't want to be doing this for another 30, 40 hours. It's just kind of too annoying, and I see through what the game is doing, and I just don't feel like going through that many, many, many times over again. It has really nice artwork. It's got beautiful pixel art, so that's nice. There's a lot of stuff to do, and there's a lot of expansions. So if that sounds appealing to you, check it out. Graveyard Keeper on Steam. Now time for a blobber report. I played 2 recently because I played 1 and I got my hankering, got my palate wet. So the first one is Elminage Original. So this is a kind of weird... The reason it's called Elminage Original begs some questions that are answered with history. So Elminage was developed by the studio that now owns the Japanese, rights to wizardry. Oh god. They own, the later games. They own the Bradley games, but they only ever make the fantasy stuff and not the sci-fi stuff, which pisses me off to no end. They made a not wizardry, I guess in the same way that, Vagrant Story is a not Final Fantasy, called Elminage. It originally came out on the DS, and then it was ported to it came out on the PS2, then it was ported to the DS, then it was ported to the PSP. The PSP version is what is now been ported to Steam. So, a couple things before we even talk about the game itself. This might be the worst port I have ever played. The worst one I've ever played. So, first of all, the game basically opens in 1 aspect ratio and it stays like that because it's a PSP game. There are a ton of things that should be larger or more easily readable that just aren't because it's sized for a PSP screen. And this leads into the second thing that I have a problem with, which is that the menus are so bad that they made me drop the game in the first 40 minutes. I had to drop the game and come back to it later when I was mentally prepared to deal with the menus. Genuinely, maybe some of the worst I have ever had the displeasure of experiencing, of trying to navigate. So, classically, if you go back and you play the early Wizzes, they do this cute little diegetic thing where the parts of the menu, all the different places you can navigate to, are represented as locations in a town. So to recruit adventurers to your party, you go to the tavern, or you go to the training grounds to make a character. You go to the tavern to organize your party. You go to the church to heal your party. You go to the inn to rest up and save your game. That kind of thing. Elminage takes this very seriously. And essentially somehow implements it the worst I have ever seen in a way that's a little difficult for me to describe because everything about it is kind of bad. The best analogy I can think of is that moment in Nakey Jakey's video about bad user interfaces, where he's talking about Windows 8 and the Metro design style. And he says something along the lines of, I feel like I'm seeing too much information and somehow too little information at the same time. This is what Elminage feels like constantly. Imagine if you wanted to look up a word in the dictionary and you opened it up and you found the word and then it said all it gave you was the word. And then for the definition, go to page 672. And then you go to 672 and you find the definition on the list. and then it says, if you want the adjective form, or if you want the verb form, go to page 512. And then you go back to 512. And they're like, if you want definition 2, verb definition 2, go to page 930. And you go to 930, and then 930 is the longest, most in-depth explanation with all the etymology of the word you've ever seen. That's what Elminage feels like all the time. The screen is really small. The text is... How much text? Okay, it's so small, but they are boxing the text in unnecessarily. Like, in order to read your spells, you select one of the spells, or you hover over one of the spells in the menu. And then there is a little line. Instead of just having like a text box that explains what the spell does, there is a dedicated like shadow gradient line with text over it that is where the explanation is, but it obviously can't fit all of that text onto that line, so it scrolls. It just scrolls endlessly, and you can never see the full important definition because of the way that things are translated without waiting. It's for like 3 seconds for the scroll to get to where you get the actual important information. It'll be like, affects an entire party with, you're like, fuck, I gotta wait for it to scroll. Or has a high chance of affecting, and then you gotta wait for it to scroll, an entire row with paralysis. Okay, cool. Now I remember what that does. It's really annoying. It's such a cumbersome interface to use. Also, there is untranslated Japanese text in the battle menu. Like the one you're seeing all the time. They have that ticker tape readout at the bottom, and it says it'll be like, press E to just do the all-out attack, like auto attack for all your party members. Or press this page down for whatever fucking reason, to just repeat all of the actions from the previous round. And then at the very end it's the kanji that they use for repeated action. And I was like, oh man. Trying to look up gear is a pain in the ass. You look up what gear someone needs, and you're like, okay, I want to get equipment for my party before I go into the dungeon. So let me go to the store. Everyone has their own gold for some reason, because Old Wizardry did it like that. I also hate not having party gold. That it's so annoying. Just I get that you can make tons of different characters. Just have shared party gold. Just make it the one thing. I guess you can technically... No, I don't even think you can have multiple parties in a dungeon at the same time because of the way that it's laid out. Yeah, there's no point to just not having group party gold that's consistent across any party you might make. Everyone has their own gold, which means that everyone has to pay for things. When you go to buy something, you have to choose who's going to buy it and whose inventory it's going to go into. And you can't compare stats. You cannot compare stats with what a character has equipped. You can't be like, oh, is this dagger more or less powerful than the one my thief currently has equipped? You cannot find this out unless you you're like, okay, it says 12, back out from within the category to just the weapons the selection of categories of things that you can buy, back out to the shop thing of buy or sell, back out to the menu for the location you're in, the shop, down to character, then select the character that you want to, whose equipment you want to look at, then look at items, then go to equipment, then select their weapon and compare it. Is it less than... Oh, it's 12. Okay, they're identically the same. Do the fucking same thing again. There's just so much fucking menuing. There's so much menuing. It's brutal. To do simple things. This is, again, a problem that I have with, like, some of the older wizardries, is to just do simple things requires so much time. There is so much bullshitting around in menus. Doing things that other games figured out how to do efficiently, quickly, intuitively ages ago. Final Fantasy, like, fucking 3, or at least 4, had an optimize button that would just, here's the highest stat equipment that this character can put on right now. We can't figure that out, and like, this game came out in like 2005 originally. We couldn't have put that in one of the ports. Jesus. It's so annoying. And then I finally go into the dungeon. I find a door. The door leads to darkness. I can't see anything. I think, ooh, wait, hang on. My cleric knows the light spell. I use it. Nothing happens, because the light spell is not for illuminating dark areas, it's for finding hidden doors, which I already did because my thief found it. And then I'm just lost, and then I just quit the game. I just closed the game and said, fuck it, I'm not dealing with that tonight. 2 nights later, I boot it back up. I get through everything. I make a new party. And I get into it. And once you get into it, it's pretty good. It's some pretty good blobbing action. And it wasn't like especially difficult either. You can do a little bit of grinding, some very safe grinding in the first dungeon. And be up to a competitive level. Like, I had no problem with the first dungeon. At least with the first floor. Getting to the final boss, and then the final boss itself was just a cakewalk. I also, kind of understand a bit about party composition in these games now. So that might just be a little more intuitive to me about, like, yeah, alchemists are really good. Alchemists are really good. Anytime you just get a bunch of buff spells, they're really good. You can just roll someone over with that. Oh, speaking of the alchemist, you show up and you have an audience with the king. And you're like, he's like, you gotta go to the dungeon. Here are 2 components. Why don't you go down to the alchemists? Why don't you have an alchemist combine these components into a thing? It'll be really useful. Well, I didn't have an alchemist in my party, so I went to one of the locations around town. And hey, they had an alchemist there. So I figured, okay, cool. Though this is where I do that. This is where I would do that if I don't have an alchemist in the party. I press, like, okay, let's go to the alchemist room. And then it says, that's going to cost 50 gold, which is quite a bit. You start with, like, 300 per party member. So that's, like, a little pricey to take out of someone's wallet. And I'm like, okay, fine. And then it says, who's going to do the alchemizing? And I'm like, wait, you aren't? No, they took 50 gold from me, and then I didn't have an alchemist to do the alchemist thing. Just more of little frustration things. But yeah, like, the combat is good. In the sense that it's, like, good. I just enjoy a lot of, like, dungeon RPG blobber combat where you set all your characters up to do something, and then you just kind of watch them go. That's fun to me. I like kind of trying to hedge your bets on what the enemies are going to do when everything plays out. The core gameplay is good. It's got a good loop of go into the dungeon, fight monsters, level up, get equipment and treasure, go back to the town, sell off your stuff for more gold so that you can Sell all your extraneous stuff off for gold so that you can buy better equipment. There's an interesting economic thing going on here. So in Elminage, you get a lot of unidentified items, which is kind of a staple of these old RPGs, old style RPGs. And you need someone to identify them. Well, the only classes that can naturally identify, I think in this one at least, is a bishop. Bishops are usually not recommended for the early game because they level very slowly. So it's probably better just to take a cleric and level them up to a certain point, and then once you start getting diminishing returns, job switch to a bishop. I was not at that point, so I'm just going into town and paying to have things identified. Here's the thing. When you pay to have something identified, it costs a different amount of gold depending on what the item is. And it is pretty much always the cost it takes to identify something is the exact same as the cost or what you would get by selling that item after it was identified. You cannot sell unidentified items. You can't even sell an identified oddball. So once you do get the ability to just identify things for free, I imagine that just kind of fucks the economy up. I don't know yet, because it's like you can suddenly make like real significant profit off of the things that you find. Before then, you're just identifying things and breaking even on them, or like losing some money if you decide that it's actually like good enough to equip. Yeah, so Elminage is a very rough experience. Oh my god, I forgot about this shit. So I level up, right? I gain enough level experience to level up. But you don't actually level up until you go back to town and rest at an inn. They want you to go back to town. Okay, sure. I go to the inn. I set my characters to all take a nap. They level up. My fighter levels up. Okay, cool. What did I get? Strength went down. What? Why did my fighter's strength go down and my piety go up? Which piety is only increases how fast clerics learn spells, by the way. And I looked it up, and turns out this is just some like old ass D&D mechanic that some old RPGs had that this game is doing because fucking D&D did it in like 1975. So we can do that now. Let's do that now. And this can just happen intermittently. Like your mage can just lose intelligence. Your tankier fighter can just lose health. And sometimes they usually gain stuff more often than they lose it. But like the amount of times that my fighter has lost strength when leveling up is bizarre. And I feel like this along with my other, okay. This isn't one of those, like, I feel like if you asked one of the developers why this is in the game, they would just say, oh, well, because, I don't know, because the wizardry did it. They, like, wouldn't be able to give you a strong explanation. It is because it's there. It's just, like, a ritualized mechanic. Elminage has I think maybe one of my single, or the most disliked mechanic in any game ever. And that's bonus points. I went over this when I talked about old wizardry games. Bonus points are this awesome idea. You know when you're creating a character and you just like select their race and class and sex and stuff like that, and then you assign like points to your stats and stuff? Well, what if... Stick with me on this. So what if when you're designing your character, you pick your like name, your sex, and your race first, and then your job. Why do you pick your class last? Well, that's because you need to roll for bonus points. You basically roll a die between some number and some other number, and you get a certain amount of these bonus points. In Elminage, it can be as low as like 5, and I saw it go as high up as like 23. Now, you might guess that bonus points are just more stat points that you can invest, a second later into your character's stats. And that's true. You can. That is one of their uses. However, bonus points also determine what class your character can be. There are minimum bonus point thresholds for different classes. And at least in like Wiz 7, it differs by race, by sex. Like female Felpers would have a harder time being ninjas than like male fairies for some reason. They needed more points. There's one like traditionally gender-locked class, which is Valkyries are always female exclusive, which is like, okay, that makes sense to me. It's just one, it's fine. But like locking stuff behind a dice roll like that is just inane to me. And it genuinely doesn't matter at all. It's also because it's completely arbitrary. Because you could just re-roll a character. You can just roll again. No one's stopping you. There's no DM who's like, nope, you got to commit to that. No one's stopping you from just starting the character creation process over again. And this is what made 7 so tedious to make a fucking character in, is that you had to go through the whole process every single time and click every single point into your stats before you just said, nope, start over again, and made someone new and tried to roll high this time. Just like miserable experience. Elminage updates this by just giving you a button to re-roll your bonus points. So I'm just here smacking the E key until I get a double digit or big double digit number. And I think, 16, that'll work. It's so why is it even here? Why is it even here? And if it works anything like the old Wizardry games, when you do go to class change, it would also determine what you can class change to. If you did not have the option to pick a class when you made a character, that character will never be able to switch to a class. It's so dumb. It's such a dumb, pointless, vestigial mechanic. I hate it. But Elminage Original, yeah, it's a little rough. It's a little clunky. The menus are god awful. But the actual gameplay is pretty good. It's a good RPG underneath all the gunk. Speaking of a better RPG, Etrian Odyssey. I got intrigued. I've heard enough about Etrian Odyssey. I feel like it's always one of those games that kind of flies over your head. Or at least mine, where I never quite knew what it was about. I just heard about it. It's a cool dungeon crawling RPG. It's Japanesey too. So I would say that the Etrian Odyssey is very standard in many ways. It's what you would expect out of the genre, but with one neat little twist. So Etrian Odyssey was a DS game, and you go in and you're exploring a dungeon, right? Except, get this, you actually draw your own map. You actually create your own map of the dungeon. The bottom screen, so the top screen is your first person view of your party going through the dungeon. It's all 3D and stuff. The bottom screen is a mapping, like cartography system. So it will auto map every tile that you walk on, but the actual walls and other points of interest like chests or doors or stairs, you have to place manually. So you have to draw the walls along the sides of the lines of the grid. You have to drag icons onto cells to leave reminders for yourself. It's pretty cool. It's like a cool little thing. It makes you... The floors seem to be generally a little bit smaller. But it's fine because you're spending a lot of time getting familiar with the layout of the dungeon floor. And that's a really cool idea. It does suffer from having whack UIs. I don't know what it is with the genre and having bad UIs. Although I wouldn't say Etrian Odyssey is bad. It could be better. Elminage is genuinely so bad that, like, I couldn't even begin to tell you what to improve, because it's just like you just have to redo the whole thing. Etrian Odyssey is more so just that it's really in love with lists. Everything is a list in Etrian Odyssey. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it's kind of to the detriment of the game's usability or readability. For instance, the biggest place where I feel a frustration is the skill tree menu. Now, I call it a skill tree, but it's not. It's a big list. So basically, you make your character. Character creation is very simple, thank God. You make your character. You choose their class. And then the character every time you level up, you earn a skill point, and you invest the skill point into something to level a certain thing up from the skill tree. Some of these are passive, some of these are new active skills that you can use in battle. Some of these are stats. Spend it wherever you'd like. But certain skills have prerequisites. So for instance, and this is a little weird, but the alchemist is like the alchemist is like an elemental mage, basically. There's no traditional mage. It's just like alchemist. The alchemist gets a bunch of elemental spells like fire, ice, and lightning. And also stuff like poison. But you don't get those unlocked at the start. You have to put a point into fire magic. And then when you put a point into fire magic, it says you unlocked fire. But you haven't, you can't use it yet. It means that you've unlocked the ability to put a skill point into the fire skill later. Then the next time you level up, you can just go and put a point into fire, and you'll have the level 1 fire spell. So you have to get 2 levels to get anything done. Which is already a little weird. But it's not too bad. And it's kind of cool having a character build up over time. And they kind of differentiate between, this thing affects all fire magic, this thing is a specific spell. And same goes for all the elemental stuff. This applies to... the cleric literally can't heal until you get a point in healing magic. So that's a little weird. But not too bad. The layout of the screen, the way that you interact with this is just sort of clunky. Because I described it as a skill tree. It's not a tree, it's a list. It's a giant list of skills, and you gotta scroll down. Now, a big important part of building your character is putting points into skills to unlock other skills. And some things don't unlock until you get 3 points in, 4 points, 5 points into something else. So you don't know. You might know if you scroll through every single skill, which, by the way, they don't tell you the prerequisites, they just tell you what they unlock. So the connection between leveling something up and what you unlock as a result of that down the tree is obscured by the list layout. I have a what is it? Like a protector in my party, who's basically like a big tank character. And I put like the 3rd point into his defense, and he learns cure magic. He learns like a healing spell. And I was like, what? I didn't know that could happen. Which, partially, that's kind of fun. Like, it's sort of fun and surprising. But also, wow, what if I just didn't level that up? Now, you probably would, because it's a defense skill on a dedicated tank character. But what if it's something a little less obvious? Like, oh, actually, the fighter needs to get 6 points into axes before he gets access to this really important skill. Okay, well, I just didn't know I needed that because it's not made visually clear. If it was an actual tree or a grid of some kind, it would be a lot easier to understand. But yeah. Etrian Odyssey. It's cool. It's got some UI foibles. A few screens are a little weird, but it's just, it's got the loop. It's got the dungeon loop. Go in, get stuff, get out, complete quests for people that are up on the surface. Delve deeper and deeper into the dungeon. Map it out, which is a really fun... I don't know, it just makes you feel like you're kind of closer to the environment when you have to do it manually. Excuse me. Some of the, like, Bradley Wizardry games have a cartography skill, which is where there's, like, kind of an auto map, but it only fills in slowly as you spend more time in an area, and the higher that a character's cartography skill is, the faster it fills in, which is kind of neat. Kind of reminds me of that. I'm not far enough into Etrian Odyssey to say yes or no, or recommend or don't. But I'm having a pretty good time with it so far. I'm a couple hours in, and it's got some cool ideas. It looks nice. It sounds nice. The art style is pretty charming. Kind of like a weird chibi thing going on. And it's good. It's good so far. Oh my god, I think I'm finally done. I have to stop talking. It's been 4 hours. If you've been listening this far, thank you for listening to me ramble. I have go watch the latest video. You can support me on Patreon. If you have a question, leave it down in the comments below, but please phrase it in the form of a question because I don't want to read your thoughts out loud. We didn't have any questions this time. But yeah. I'm tired and I want to make a snack before I leave for dinner. So have a good one. Oh, go check out the recent video. It fucking bombed. So go watch the Yellow Magic Orchestra video. It did really bad. Bye.